Afternoon, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friend, come on in. Oh, cheers to you. Kakazi, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, excuse me. Watto indeed, friend. Watto indeed. How goes it? Always contemplating as to whether or not to throw my face into some Chalice dungeons. And Pond Spectre, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Oh, I mean, it was either jump into Bloodborne first, or you'll have to see me go full Pepe Sylvia on Pizza Tower. So, Mega Boss and Deprivation, Watto and welcome. Hello, friends. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, Slanbar, Watto as well. Oh. So Mega Boss, I've got one extra mozzarella, but with old blood. I can go see if there's a different pizza in the van. Yeah, Caffeine. Sometimes you gotta throw caution and metrics to the wind. Although I did also realise that I've not been looking at a lot of the descriptions on the varying runes, the old language. So there's probably a whole bunch of stuff that we can unpack before, you know, we start spending blood and stabbing people. My guy's gone from looking like the Ice King's ganglia younger brother to actually looking like a proper hunter now. It's like, I think I stopped being mad at the Ice King. I think I stopped being mad. Numbers. Takes one to know one. Haha! Flipsy reverse. Sorry. Watto and welcome. J-Post, how goes it? Square Peg, hello, hello. Watto and welcome. So, yeah, if you didn't see on Discord, myself and Square Peg and Megaboss were joining me on a deep dive to try and understand Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower being the Wario Land-inspired indie platformer that's currently taking over the indie spaces. And, well, to give you the TLDR, if we operate under the truism that good games do not sell themselves, that means anything
Stop
that...
incessant
Yo!
clicking.
Hey, Megaboss, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you. It means that any video game that is wildly successful as a first title, or seemingly out of nowhere, must have had some kind of, like, moment of success, one breakaway scenario. And I mistakenly thought Pizza Tower would be easy to understand in that regard. And yeah, if you saw all the screenshots and Will's Wild Eye Columbo theories, it's not that simple. So I'm still working on it. I still don't have a hypothesis. Though theoretically, the game... The only data that we can track is that at some point at the end of 2019, or Q1 2020, the Pizza Tower Patreon saw a huge spike in subscribers. Like, people actually putting down $5 a month to support the title. And they stuck around. So, something happened around there that definitely increased. But development of the game started as early as 2018. So that means it was in development for a full year before becoming a Patreon title. So, And Renmon, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, see, Megaboss, like, it's one of those things where you're not wrong. Like, yes, 5 years of active communication, you know, with a community seems to help, but that's the question. Where does community come from? Oh, and numbers, my apologies, friend. I'm working on a lot of sleep deprivation today, so I'm very sorry. I'm going to be doing my best.
Thank you, Daddy Bezos, for this sub.
I mean, Ragnar, one way of looking at it is that you just stole money from Jeffy Jazzy B and passed it over here. So thank you. How's it going? But yeah, so very few communities exist from zero. It is possible to do, but it is a long and slow, arduous process. And when tracking data, like a community growth should look like a pretty standard curve. In the event that something external happens, community growth jumps up like a spike. There is also like a... And numbers, thank you for the bits. I mean, am I wrong? Are there not dorks aplenty? Knees weak, arms spaghetti. But yeah, sorry, where are my manners? So, Ragnar, and Lance, and Renmon, and Red Burning Dragon. Watto and welcome! Come on in, friends, come on in. Oh, a Mega Boss. Enjoy Outer Wilds. You're going to have a great time with it. Oh, and Colin McCap. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah. I'm not going to be... Okay. I'll chat a little on the Pizza Tower, because I don't yet have a cohesive theory or a data point. But one of the reasons why I do pride myself when we talk about video games, especially what indie games succeed and what indie games don't, is because I do put in an inordinate amount of time to kind of understand these things. Like, because there are a few journos and content creators out there that actively scour for new and interesting things. But if we look at the fact that Pizza Tower had like a, at least like up and towards launch, had a $3,500 a month Patreon, that means they already saw success and interest in community before the greater, like, games media sphere would have either been aware of it or been able to have, you know, become involved. So, yeah. When was the spike? And that's more importantly, where was the spike? Because we're already at the point where Pizza Tower is successful. And I don't just mean from like a make money standpoint. Like, we all know about it. It has entered the fray. And for a project that started as a solo dev with musicians, breaking out on a self-published first title with a successful Patreon, like, that's pretty wild. So, yeah, Red Burning Dragon, it does have a strange cult following. But how did the cult find it? That's where it starts getting to be interesting. Because I was making the joke about Columbo, but I think that's the best way to describe it when trying to understand indie games, right? Because we already see the murder or the success or whatever you want to call it. We already know the end of the story. The puzzle is how did it happen. And, I mean, we've talked a lot about Undertale. Everyone's talked a lot about Undertale. But it's interesting that people still get the details wrong. Yes, Undertale was wildly successful. Yes, that was Toby Fox's first commercial video game. However, he was already embedded in a very active, very large community, and was living in the bloody basement of someone with a huge online following. So when, you know, bloody Mr. Homestuck went, hey, do you want to see my mate's game? That'll put you on the map. That's you know, for lack of another example, that's a great Total Biscuit moment, you know? As sorry, multiple dev teams have cited Total Biscuit's series back in the day of WTF is as being the jumping off point for their success. And Fred, Watto and welcome. Yeah, and Lance, no, you're absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. But it's that thing of, like, when we can understand how indie games do well, we can see what is a viable method for, like, structuring your development. Thing is, you could maybe make a Pizza Tower tier title, but how? Because was there a spark? Was there a Was there a hook? Was there a trick to it? You know, there's multiple ways to become a successful indie developer. I mean, the pizza money theory that Zalavir puts forward, just to make it more confusing, is one that you can do. It takes time. That's the problem. You can't just make an game and then succeed. But it is possible to create that kind of environment. As much as he's a POS, the dingleberry douchebag behind Five Nights at Freddy's, like, his whole thing was just scattergun. Cheap games with a variety of different topics done quickly. Like, just... And eventually, he hit upon a success. That's harder to reproduce, but it's essentially like, you know, buying 100 lotto tickets rather than one. And PVS, Watto and welcome. And Fred, yeah, I've been on a weird deep dive kicker, so I thought I'd either jump into some Chalice dungeons or start wrecking some face early. So yeah, if any of you have any thoughts or theories on it, like, go for it. Favor 6, the Five Nights at Freddy dev is not a good person. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Which is really annoying because the old joke used to be like, you've got to make a fart hotel to make a Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, so Renmon, I half agree with you. Indie game success is luck. But, to quote Dual Core, what I lack in talent, I can make up for in work. This is why we talk about like Zalavir's methodology for indie development a lot. Like, yes, you know, an airport for aliens currently run by dogs did help put them on the map. But Zalavir was also doing a lot of contract work for a lot of different titles. And continuously putting out indie titles. Small budget, small price point, short development cycle. If you're not familiar with Zalavir's theory of pizza money, it goes like this. You make indie games. You make indie games with the intent that they will sell. And by which I mean that you will put a price point on it at the end of it. Doesn't matter if it's 50 cents, it doesn't matter if it's $2. You will sell this game for money. So your experience needs to be over 2 hours, but it doesn't have to be a fucking gigantic, huge masterpiece off the bat. And you keep putting these titles out. And once it reaches the point where you can buy yourself a pizza every week on the money you are making from your games, then you need to start considering how you move forward.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I need to play this again, so badly. I swear it'd take a month vacation probes.
I mean, it's still brilliant. It's still brilliant. And Noel, how goes it? Watto and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. In our last stream, we finished the DLC, which was actually my first time playing through the DLC. So now we're just kind of doing like the last back slice of the game. I think we're going through the Nightmare of Mensis and all the choir stuff at the moment. But we're just having a little chat about indie game success. And like, oh yeah, like the 100 lotto ticket philosophy, putting out 100 different video games is not a simple setup. But if you have a look at the back catalogue of the Five Nights at Freddy guy, once again, he's a douchebag. If you have a look at the titles he put out, they were very cheap and very quick. Hell, like Five Nights at Freddy's is an incredibly simple title. But from creating a large number of titles, the particular developer learnt how to make games quickly. And then when you look at the success of Five Nights at Freddy's, you can see that it was a lot of honed speed techniques. Oh yeah, and the feminine body horror themes of Bloodborne video has been doing the rounds again, and we just finished up the Orphan. The Orphan of Kos, and oh boy. Now, Renmon, that is very, very true. A indie team starting out in a pre-existing fandom and branching off from there is an entirely valid strategy. You know, being nestled in the fandom that you wish to emulate is a great way to get started. With the Pizza Tower discussion, like, that's where we're coming from. But with that one, we don't have a through line of data as to which fandom it started from and where it branched out from. An evil geek, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, there are valid strategies for being an indie developer. There are strategies that you can enact as a method of building a community, building a back catalogue of games that will start funding larger and larger projects. It's entirely viable, but it's work. You have to do the one thing that is really difficult to do, and that is release video games. It's literally the hardest part of video game development is actually just fucking releasing them. But I don't know, we get to a certain point now, especially with indie games, where we need to start drawing on our own data sets and stop trying to emulate business models from other artistic genres, because we're in a very strange place. I mean, hell, other industries are copying us these days, not the other way around. And I think that's a fascinating space to be in. But how we learn from this and how we extrapolate data, like, that's what we need to do moving forward. That's why I'm obsessed with Pizza Tower. How? How did it happen? Oh. Yeah, Favor 6, you're right. Video game's just easy to make. Just hit the make game button. It's got like 4 buttons. Plan game, make game, release game. Piece of cake. Cup of chips. Right. Question. Do we blow all our stuff on bullets? Yeah, Lance, you just hit the immersive sim button. It's built into UE4. Jobs are good. Dead easy. Piece of cake. Yeah, and all you got to do is make sure you tighten up the graphics on level 4 and jobs are good. God. Also, I don't know if I've said this to you all recently, but it is something that I need to say multiple times, which is, I am so glad I get to converse with you all. It's very hard being on the internet sometimes because, as I'm sure you well know in every field, like, the amount of time and effort it takes to refute bullshit is much stronger than the amount of time to just say bullshit. And with the sphere that we're in now, with Twitch streaming being such a large part of the gaming ecosystem, at least part of the discussion, along with TikTok and stuff like that, the amount of people who just run their mouth on the daily and talk absolute bollocks. And sometimes, especially on days to day where I'm run down, I'm tired, like, it's not all there, and I just want to, slam my cup of tea down and go, right, that's it, we're cracking heads, you're talking shite, you're all talking bollocks, let's go. Should you get ice cream numbers? Yes. But you should definitely grab yourself some now. There is a theory that we're going to get a buttload of snow tonight. So we're going to stock up on some essentials. PVS, like, I'm doing alright. Actually, no, I'm doing shite and garbage, but I'm here hanging out with all of you lot, which is a significant step up. Now speaks like, well, I'm right here. Fucking yo. Oh. As a side note, one thing that was really fascinating is last year, I'm sure I told you all about it, I got to do Pocket Gamer Connects. I was on a panel talking about how companies could interact with content creators. We were... I thought we were informative, but we had to follow someone who was responsible for like multi-million-dollar brand deals, and then it was like, all right, here's how you can work at a more grassroots level. And it really did feel like kind of like the kids' science fair coming up after a nuclear reactor. And Keldra, Watto, and welcome. But one of the other things I got to do was I got to judge a pitching panel at the Pocket Gamer Connects. And it was really fascinating seeing the varying stages of people's pitches, where they were. Because the goal was to hear the pitch, give feedback to each project, and then, select a winner who I believe was going to receive like an investment grant or something. So it was really cool. But what was fascinating was one of the titles was, I believe Scaly is the term for the lizard, dragon, furry, quivocant space. And they were doing a non-sexy... It was kind of a visual novel with light puzzle-solving elements title. And what was fascinating about that is because it was existing in a pre-made fandom, or I should say a pre-made community. We're not going to have to go into the details on that one. But it was already set for sales when it released. The project had been supported by, again, by Patreon users and things like that. So that was fascinating. Although, there is a challenge that when you start working with one of those communities specifically, it gets more and more difficult to create something that breaks out. Usually in that kind of situation, what you need to do is what would be called staggered development, where you develop one for the existing group, and you develop one title that has the potential to reach outside of that. Again, if you look at Strange Scaffold, which is Zalavir's team, if you look at the varied types of titles that they produce, PVS, I know, shocking. Absolutely shocking, but there we are. Yeah, Lance, it must be a lot more frustrating on the journo side. Actually, the specific thing that I wanted to scream about today on the people don't get it was one individual talking about how content creators have usurped games journalists. And I just wanted to start smashing my head into the desk and screaming. Because that's not happened. What's happened is the business model for games journalism has fallen. The need for games journalism, the want and the hunger is still there, but the manner in which, video games journalism is funded just sucks. And no one in that space has come up with a better model. Whereas in content creation, it's direct, but it's also budget. Like, I'm not a news outlet. I comment on news outlets, I have theories, but nothing that, I try and make sure that we're only talking about things where we have solid logical data. But if I say, Frankie Bloodborne once punched a baby in the face, I don't have to back up that statement unless Frankie wants to, get libel and sue me. I'm just making comments. I'm in a space where I'm not held accountable because I'm an individual. But if a games journalistic outlet said Frankie Bloodborne, the creator of Bloodborne, punches babies, that is something that can be held onto and then posted forward. Sorry, Nullspeak was saying that, oh, this Zalavir guy, who does he think he is? Sick of hearing about him. Why did he just marry a Denny's already? I actually do have a Denny shirt coming for GDC. Not for him. I'm going to wear it in his presence, but hope to collaborate him with on our next brand new thing. Feckin' yo! Okay, sorry. We had another null in here, and I haven't slept a lot. So I'm trying to remember if Nullspeak in chat is Blackout Club null or other null. And I hate that I cannot remember. If it's Blackout Club null, how are you doing, friend? Fucking, cheers to you. I am going to GDC this year, so if you're able to see people at an open air space distance, I'd love to hang out. But I also completely understand, I also completely understand not wanting to. I'll still be talking your game up to anyone who'll bloody listen. And if that's not, Blackout Club null, then still Watto and welcome. Lovely to chat with you. Yeah, alright, yeah, you're kind of stuck with that after Blackout Club. God. Question's whole path as an indie developer is a fascinating one, and not one that I think other people could necessarily emulate because of individuals like yourself who had a very strong grounding in existing game development spaces and then coming together for a tight focused team. Now, Question's back catalogue is a great example of breaking away from large-scale development to create more creative ideas on smaller budgets. For example, the Magic Circle. The Magic Circle's sketchiness is part of the intended experience. Literally, this pencil sketch art style and the simplistic animations and stuff like that. Fucking inspired! Inspired! Null says there's a Dead by Daylight streamer who's stuck being called Tofu because his friends wouldn't let go. I never intended to be called Viking. That was just a joke about being a bloody ginger. Now every time someone new comes in and goes, "Oh, you don't look like a Viking," it's like, no, it's a bit I'm stuck with. It's not. I'm not trying to be a cool kid. I'm stuck with it now. Oh yeah, Renmon, the Loathing games. God. West of Loathing was inspired. I still haven't played...
You don't look like a Viking.
Thank you for the bits, you terror. Yeah. Well, so PBS, what I would say is there's a lot of incredible investigative journalists in the gaming space who do great works. In fact, one of the reasons why we're seeing this wonderful push towards teams inside big publishers unionizing and stuff like that is because we now have this interest and this hunger to hear about the conditions and situations in which our games are made. That's feckin' great. The pisser is that none of these outlets have worked out a good way of generating revenue. We have a few, Rock Paper Shotgun, Eurogamer, a few that have subscriber tiers or backer tiers or things like that. But for the most part, they're still beholden to ad revenue, and ad revenue is generated by clicks. So, you need something that people are going to click through to, which you want fast and easily repeatable. You don't want a long, great, in-depth editorial about the brilliance of Deathloop's level design, which... Robert Purchase over at Eurogamer did put out, but that's going to do a whole lot less. Alright. This is Tired Will being Tired Will. Jason Schreier is out for Jason Schreier and nobody else. I just want to make that real clear, because I think it's Bloomberg that he does the majority of his reporting on, but Matey Boy Matey Boy is not a friend of the games industry. He is not an advocate for the greats of games journalism. You know, he jumped up that ladder, and he's certainly not been passing it down to anybody else. You can read about it in his book. Wow. All right. This is the day to ask me any, like, bitchy questions about the games industry, because apparently that's just where I'm at now. But yeah. Jumping back. It's not that games journalism is doing bad. It's not that games journalism is bad. It's that it has a business model that no longer works. Not too dissimilar from other situations in games reporting. And content creators can make content much faster and much cheaper with very little oversight. The decentralization of content creation means that you don't have to have 10 people bundled together under a label all putting out articles where, you know, one could make or break a site. You know? Anyway, if you want to know my general thoughts and feels on it, it's a healthy ecosystem definitely contains PR, journalism, content creators. Like, those three...
Actually, it's about ethics in game journalism.
Ugh. Just aged me by like 5 years there, Numbers. You know what? Thank you for the bits. Numbers gets booed from chat. I see someone throw like a cup noodle packet at him. Yeah. Null says, keep aging, Will. Need a fellow hot lich to hang out with. God, I'm going to be 38 this year. Creeping up on the big 4-0. Seriously, though, I want to see outlets start doing like a 50 over 50 list for the games industry. Bugger all this 30 under 30 nonsense. Show me the liches. Show me the survivors. Show me the ones that are still here because they want to be. Wow, again, I'm just being a bitch today. Sorry, friends. But yeah, jumping back. There are a lot of methodologies for which you can move into the independent development space that don't rely on getting struck by lightning. But most of the time, the answers that people get in that space are boring and painful. What people really want to hear is, how do I make my game a guaranteed success? And there's no button for that. There's no strat. Well, okay, there is one. It's called money. You can get that game in front of a gajillion people. You can pump those pre-order numbers. Oh, Lance, and I'll probably be on here for a good while, so to be continued. Renmon, good shot. However, I'm looking forward to our 5-year anniversary of the Longship coming up in 2 months. Month and a bit. Moose says, I believe that the running joke on that list, the 40 over 40, as they have a hard time finding everyone. Hey, look, Null. These little ghosties, they're just happy to hear about it. Admittedly, they're waiting for me to buy a fucking sword or some shit. I don't want. Let's go for some fire paper. We don't have enough fire paper. I mean, darkness, that's the plan. If we get too many people, we just make for a longer ship. Hindle, I believe we are heading up still towards the Nightmare of Mensis. How do I have more bolt paper than fire paper? What is up with that? But yeah. But I just want to say again, like, thank you all for being a wonderful conversation lot and a wonderful sounding board. Because there's nothing to be gained from yelling at young people coming into the gaming space who wish to talk with idiocy and authority. There's nothing to be gained from that, because especially if they're content creators, they're not going to go, wow, this ginger person, they sure do make a good point. I shall review how I have seen video games and change my... No. No, they're just going to be an arse. And Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome, friend. How goes it? How goes it? Oh, that was it. Did we get the Eastern Hunters set? Because I believe there was actually... So, Yargal... Decorative... Oh, there was actually some goodies that I missed, apparently, in the DLC. The area where we killed the guy... Where was it? Near the underground corpse pile. Apparently we got the key that could open all the little doors around there.
Okay, it's time. Let's get show on a road. I mean track, because it is time to me.
Feckin' we. Alright. Train to Yarnum, leaving in 4 minutes. 4 minutes, train to Yarnum, thank you. Mind the gap. Train to Yarnum. Savannah Beast, I am very happy to be here with you all. Let's just leave it at that. No one needs to hear me whinging.
Shrouded by life, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always too proud to reach only.
I thought my key opened that. Alright, so this should be able to open. Alright, where's the bloody key to all these bloody doors? It's space, nobody can hear you whinge. Alright, so there was the big hunter. We got the punch knuckles.
If you want to feel old, World of Warcraft is 20 next year, StarCraft is 25 years old, Doom is 30 years old.
I mean, so, Favor 6, obviously, thank you for the bits, and Vanderbeasts, and Naru Hoodie, thank you for the pint glass. Like, if you wanna hurt me with the X and Y is old, like, you gotta get specific. Ragnar says, so what are your thoughts on the newest fucked up left-hand game, Atomic Heart? I am annoyed at its banality, and I am reminded of how a dev team can miss the interest of their own project once a title starts getting like early success. I've played it, it's uncomfortable, and I've people born after the release the PS2 can drink. See, that hurts me. That hurts me, numbers. Thank you. I would say, if any of you have Game Pass, give Atomic Heart a go, because it is a great example of a team just missing the point. It has one of the worst opening segments, depending on when you consider the game to actually begin, whether you consider it to begin at the open world segment or when you pick up an axe. The pacing is incredibly bad. It's incredibly bad. The characterization, and it's bad. Norris says it's an educational game. Yeah, because you learn more from bad games than you do from good games. It's it's like somebody cosplaying Bioshock and missing the point. It's definitely worse than Twilight Princess numbers in terms of like pacing and character, and I don't say that with hyperbole. I went back this morning because obviously there's a lot of articles about Atomic Heart, its involvement in, you know, current world politics and things like that, and I don't want to gloss over those, but it's definitely a very, 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 very complex topic when you're talking about like international financing and, you know, foreign governments and all of that stuff. I don't want to speak on authority on a topic that I don't know as well as I know video games. But what I can tell you is Atomic Heart is a boring, bland facsimile of the yawn-inducing elements of AAA. It is an uninspired attempt to emulate... It is an uninspired attempt to emulate Bioshock without understanding any of Bioshock. And I don't just mean like the thematics, I mean the pacing, the combat, everything that brought it together. Astriel says, funny enough, it's unavailable here behind the Iron Curtain. Really? I would refute that. And also, friends, I'm sorry, the train to Yharnam Central has been cancelled. Astro checked their Steam. Sorry, Astra Rail. Interesting. Obviously, I saw the article earlier in the week with, oh god, there's a particular ministry within Ukraine calling for it to be pulled from certain digital platforms. So, I wonder if that is the case. But that strikes me as unlikely. But no, if I would not recommend spending $60 on it, even if it was, like, even if there wasn't any other additional elements that one needs to take in board. It has reminded me of why truly great games made at a AAA budget are so rare, and it has also reminded me of the hubris of man. Now, does anyone remember where the bloody key is for these bloody doors? Because I definitely did not find the key. And I know there's stuff down there. I'm just going to wail on these rats whilst we're catching up. Wolfgrad, I'll do you one better. This August will be the 10th anniversary of the release of Rome 2. So yeah. So PBS, so what did they miss from Bioshock? There is no critique of the systems of play in any way, shape, or form. There is a personal story of betrayal, but there is nothing beyond the surface level of science good, communism good, combine the two, great and brilliant. Bad thing happened here, but otherwise, it's great and brilliant. And it takes that to such a degree that it becomes uncomfortable. So it's one of the locked cell doors towards the Ludwig. I guess it might have been this bloke down this way. You might have dropped it and I missed it. Oh god. Now, friends, if I get a couple of fucking lagers in me later on, my raving about how the game absolutely would not... Atomic Heart absolutely would not trust me to explore or understand or be in the space. How it went actively out of its way to repeatedly tell me what I should be doing. Oh god. Like... The only thing I can say is outside of the surprisingly witty loading screen messages from Charles, every other part of its game's tutorialization felt like having someone over your shoulder mansplaining to you the whole fucking time. Sorry, Null says, actually, I'm pretty sure Bioshock's core message was that both sides are bad, and no one's above becoming a walking, talking house of bees. You know what, Squarepeg? I also felt the same thing. There is a particular scene where you end up basically turning a whole room full of barnyard animals into big chunky smoothies. But you're given no indication that this is what's about to happen. You have to do it to progress, and then the game makes you feel bad for doing it. Oh no, you can absolutely dunk on Infinite. Like, go to town. You do have a special laminated card. Infinite's one of those fascinating ones where its technical achievements and its characterization is very well done. Its artistic message, I have a huge beef with. So it's weird, it's like, it is not a game that is bad, but artistically, I take massive umbrage with it. Same, but for different reasons with like The Last of Us Part 2 and things like that. And why can't I open these doors? Look at the size of this fucking sword. I should just be able to smash them down. But yeah, with Atomic Heart, every time I went into a save room, it went, hey, remember, the best way to progress is to spend your points at the upgrade station. And there was nothing I could spend stuff on, because I hadn't gotten far enough in the game to unlock the open world segment where I could start hitting dungeons. But it was repeatedly telling me that I had to unlock more stuff, but I couldn't, even though I had resources to do so. Oh, God. I mean, there's cardinal sins in that game. That it gives you a melee weapon, and it also gives you an infinite ammo pistol. I always thought that's the thing I wish I'd had at the beginning of Resident Evil 4, was a gun with infinite bullets. Yet, Hindle, it has no trust in the player.
Yarkoa just purchased Unparalleled Puzzlers for year 9,34.
That's a strange way to say for €9, but alright. Friends, as a quick aside, and forgive me for being a massive shill for a good game, but you can get Bubba as you plus a bunch of really good puzzle games over on Humble. If you do use the partner link, I'm very grateful, but otherwise, just go get Bubba is you for $10 and feel good about it. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a... See, look, there's goodies! How do I not have this fucking key? Sorry. Hindle, do you know where the key is, mate? Or if someone doesn't mind asking. Because apparently there's some armor sets in there that we haven't gotten that helps explain a lot more. Anyway. Yeah, PBS, a lot of games treat you like an idiot, but only Barbara as you will make you feel like one. Yeah. So, Squarepeg, you are right that the upgrade fridge... So, what was weird in my playthrough was that the upgrade fridge was sometimes just a bland, neutral machine that kind of talked, but other times was the creepy sexual advances one, which, if you want to do that as a character, artistically, you're well within your rights. I mean, I have nothing to say. But it's more the case of... it doesn't stick with it consistently in any way, shape, or form. And the fridge keeps getting you to leave your magical glove behind. And you spend the entire time complaining about your magical glove and interrupting it when it's about to tell us something interesting. I found that infuriating. Like, we've talked a lot about economy of art. We talk a lot about economy of art repeatedly. And I guess if you're new here, so Astro Rail, I used to work in video games. I now do this for a living. And I love talking about games, game development, the games industry. I try and simultaneously demystify as much as... I guess I'm like a creepy, like fantasy football fan, but for the games industry. And when I talk about economy of art, it's how do you achieve the desired effect? Be it shooty gunbang goodness, or be it like emotionally attaching yourself into a game or an environment or what have you. How do you achieve that without like breaking the budget? You know, yes, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a brilliant game. Someone's job was just to model horse balls. Someone was paid a yearly salary, maybe even fed their family and their partners. Oh, the key is in the research hall in one of the rooms in the higher levels. Thank you, Hindle! Let's go get that key. And their job was to model accurate horse genitals. That is not a budget that makes like sense. So achieving your artistic intent without destroying yourself financially is a big part of games creation. Like, don't cut it, but do it, well, smarter, not harder. And PVS, thank you. Let's take the world's fanciest elevator up. Oh no, this is the underside, isn't it? Yeah, we'll take the lifts, it'll be faster. Okay, and yeah, Moose, I am being a bit hyperbolic with it, but... So jumping back in, sorry. Null says, sorry, I missed what Naru was saying first. The have to do horrible thing to progress and make you feel bad. And Null was saying that dev side, they call it all you know how to do is destroy. It's the ultimate first thought statement from an action game villain. Most game writers are guilty of it because of like deadlines, etc. But they do their best to reject it out of hand when they have any control. Yeah. I am still mad at Naughty Dog using that as their only beat for storytelling. But again, that's for The Last of Us Part 2, but that's not a story. So what I was saying is like, so for Atomic Heart, they did not need to have a fully voiced player character. Honestly, the player character only detracts from experiencing and understanding the world. They could have absolutely written him as a mute, and oh, that's why he has his power glove. Oh, Comrade Blando Calrissian. I see that after your injury in the war, you've been left unable to speak. Hi, I've been given to you by the Ministry of Punching Things Really Hard to help you through. There we go. We have just saved a fucking 1,000 dev hours on, implemented dialogue that procs, and all those completely pointless, bespoke third-person scenes in a first-person game. You know what? That was the thing that really hit me about Bioshock 1, is I really wish I could have seen my character all the fucking time, and that they never stopped talking. Comrade Rando, or Comrando if you will. Moose, this is why I love chatting with you. So yeah, there's one way to save a huge amount of time. The implementation of features and monsters as quickly as are thrown at you, and yet you are given no time to enjoy or experience them, is ridiculous. And there were a couple of set pieces before you're given even the open world that would have been right at home as a great late game element. Like, there was one particular section in early Atomic Heart, because if you haven't played it, you start off on this flying super utopia which is perfect and has no problems. Then you have to go check out a factory, and oh, the robots have turned against us. Well, you know what's going to happen. It's on the bloody cover. All right. After that, you then have to explore this facility, and it's incredibly linear from that point. You just have to work your way through. The game explains all its, mechanics, and oh god, the lock-picking mini-games can go fuck themselves with a spoon. And like an uncomfortable... that one spoon in your cutlery drawer that you do not like, and you will use any other utensil before you use that one. That specific spoon. Anyway, sorry. There is one section where you start encountering plants that are being designed to be grown in outer space, like to be used for colonization of like the moon and Mars and all of this. And visually, it's brilliant. I should say, Atomic Heart's environmental design, gorgeous. And you get one segment where you have to power up fans, I think for creating pesticide, and zombies are being thrown at you at the same time as these floating kind of pods, while like classical music is blaring out in this huge open space, and it's feckin' good. But it's kind of like if you got the reveal of the Flood in the opening hour of Halo. There's no second stage escalation. It's just, oh yeah, no, surprise, the plants, they actually take over people and turn them into zombies. That's it, you just get shown it. There's no reveal, there's no build-up. What a great third act monster to throw in. Also, you kill it by like...
Navadi just purchased Unparalleled Puzzlers for $10.
Hey! I know, seriously. Jumping back. Like, Naru, have fun with that one, and feckin' thank you. We're Hindle, and there's the other thing. The UI spoils every enemy that you will encounter. Every monster that you will fight is already listed, and all the things that they will drop. Because later on, when you move to the open world section, you start having to farm, air quotes, dungeons for upgrades and the resources to use those upgrades. I thought that was a bloody good idea. Alright. Anyway, the reason why I'm harping on about this one, and the reason why I do think it is worth deconstructing, is because if you look at the very early announcement trailer for Atomic Heart, you can get a real strong sense of what they were intending. Wiggly Williams. You just can't catch him, Wiggly Williams. Oh! They're full of tentacles! Yeah, take the lift. You can see the intent of what they were trying to make, which was going to be more of a traditional open-world indie title, with this weird, like, what if the Soviet super science ideal had been tried and then had kind of fallen in on itself? And it looked fascinating. The introduction of what was it? Damn it, Moose, you came up with a great one. Comrade Blando, or Comrando? Darn it. I'm sorry, Moose. You already came up with a great name, and I've already forgotten it. Comrando, thank you. You can see the point at which they added Comrando to the title, and which they must have seen that they were getting international attention from their success, and shifted the title's focus into being a more traditional AAA game. And it is absolutely for the worst. Alright, take the lifts. On the second, look for a place to jump off. Alright, I just need to stab this guy in the arse because he was so mean to me on our early playthrough. Favor 6, I did not. I didn't even reach the point of anything beyond the you've clearly been brainwashed in the flying Baba Yaga house, where he just tells you, wow, that sure is a quantum supercomputer in your weird little flying Baba Yaga chicken leg hutch. Sorry.
That's one way to do a colonoscopy.
Yep. That's the Bloodborne way. Alright, so let me stop here. Just because while Hindle's helping guide me to this ruddy key. Now, was it that little gap in the elevator, or is it from here? So it was the gap in the elevator. Okay. Anyway. I guess...
I've seen that hentai. It doesn't end well.
Professor Hentai to you. But yeah, I understand that it's weird for me to be saying, like, hey, maybe play a bad game. But I am very guilty of hyper-focusing on only, like, the successful, like, interesting indies. That's on me because I try and bring you the best bits, right? But essentially, if you do nothing but consume the best and the most interesting in terms of like video game media, it can be easy to forget how bad it can be and how far it can go off the rails. This Bloodborne is brilliant. You don't need me to tell you that. But this is a wildly successful and genuinely inspired title. There is a very, very good reason why this continues to be talked about and discussed. And when you play something like Atomic Heart, you can see how it goes wrong. Alright, now let's find this bloody room. I'm trying to get jump scared by any of these balconies. Because the thing is, like, AAA is usually the most expensive of the spaces to experience. And so that's the good thing about stuff like Game Pass, is that we can play these very, very expensive but mediocre titles. We can learn from them. Okay, it's in a room on this level. All right, Hindle, thank you for guiding me on this one. Could be over on that side. So yeah, we're on floor 4. Oh, and Asterail. God. Putting Hi-Fi Rush against Atomic Heart is fascinating, let me tell you. Although, interestingly, Shinji Mikami has announced that he's leaving Tango Gameworks. So I don't know if Hi-Fi Rush was like a passion project or if there's any... what's the term? If there's any friction there. Yeah, I mean, bad games are harder to get into because of the amount of time consumption it takes. Like, I was having a bad day, but I spent, God, to get to the open world section, it probably took me like, what, 3-4 hours in Atomic Heart, and that's 3-4 hours of actually having to play and be engaged. And Null, it's always good to see you, friend. I'm sorry I keep bringing up topics which you know about but can't speak fully about. And yeah, do let me know about GDC, but also no stress. I don't have a pass this year. I'm not on the media list anymore, so I'm going to be in the gardens almost the entire time. So Number said, so, to be contrarian, what if I want a brilliant game that's not Soulsian? I mean, shit. I mean, give me a little bit more of what you're after, and I'm happy to play, once again, like, video game sommelier. Because, like, Numbers... I was thinking about this the other day of potentially doing, like, a... Maybe not like an essential reading list, but something of a similar equivalent. Because, like, if your interest is to understand video games, like what are the must plays? Not necessarily the greatest and best games in the world, but like the ones to understand it. Because like Square Peg's mentioning Morrowind. Morrowind is not an easily accessible game, but it is one of... Don't throw piss at me. Sorry. I got a slight wee-wee problem going on here. Morrowind is absolutely one of the games. Because it's so freeform. And like nothing in that like Bethesda flavor has had the same level of like openness and graphical fidelity combined with more new school naked friends. Patient room floor 3. Thank you for screaming first. Underground Selkie. Thank you, Hindle. Alright, let's kill our way out of here. Oh yeah, in Favor 6, I always love that little fact that how they managed to jank the OG Xbox into working by doing quiet little soft resets. It's a great story. Oh shit, we didn't even get this. Up chop. Oh, the fucking lock shield. Huh. Can't believe I didn't get that. I mean, I'm not using it. Every hand with a shield is one more hand that could be carrying a sword, but yeah. And Exorev, Watto and welcome. Oh, so numbers... It's not that openness and freedom are game traits that I purely consider desirable. It's, you know, they're musical notes, they're paints on the palette, they're different flavor profiles, right? And how they're used and combined correctly, how they're used and combined defines whether they are, like, the good or the great or the just feckin' awful. A great example, if we want to compare Atomic Heart to other titles, so the Metro series. The Metro series is incredibly linear. There is only one way through, only one way back. Well, I guess the Bloodborne noises will help. But Metro Exodus Metro creates an environment where it feels like it is your journey. Your character does have an internal dialogue, but it's only told to you through Artyom's journal. It's not like Artyom is constantly talking at you. Oh, cool. They even left a little hatch in the lift for me. Real cool. Oh, way cool. And SquarePeg said they released mod tools for Metro Exodus. Lovely. I have a feeling that game is very complex to mod, just by guessing. So, using the tools in its arsenal, Metro Exodus. I keep saying Exodus. Metro creates an experience that makes it feel like you are crawling through the now forgotten tunnels of the Russian metro system. You know, these little communities and colonies that have popped up with different ideas and ideologies in the ruins of what was. It feels lived in. It feels legit, and the pseudo mysticism around the ghosts and whatnot really, really speaks volumes. And for the absolutely open, do it how you want, you know, Chernobylite does a great job of making it feel like you can do anything, go anywhere, but it boils it down into these bite-sized chunks. Rather than doing one gigantic map and then dungeons and then all sorts, Chernobylite says, alright, where are you going today? You can go to one map, and then you have to go back because you're in fucking radiated zone. And so, ExoRev, I've played through Bloodborne before, and last Saturday, we finished up the DLC. Obviously, I love it with my whole heart, but feel free to talk about plot spoilers and otherwise. We're currently talking about Atomic Heart's failings artistically, and I guess in terms of its like development structure as well. And Numbers was thinking of was asking about like other games that do good. And I was just I was conjuring a few from kind of like the ether. All right, but let's go get some fancy stuff. Playground cell key. Oh, fuck you. Oh, you are very tough. No, 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 no! No, hey, Numbers. That was a good example of like contrarianism used to help explain a point overall. So thank you. I was like, he seems nice. Yeah, Uberdan, they've got your weapon, and I'm taking it back. But yeah, and again, the reason why I'm, I guess, bullying Atomic Heart even further is because...
Hey Will, you died.
I did die. I was murdered by a guy in a tiny room. Apparently knew I had a big sword. Made my life very difficult. But no, the reason why I'm bullying Atomic Heart is because you can see from their release materials how they had a very tight-scoped game, and then the popularity of it exploded. Like, the interest in it exploded. And so they shifted their focus into what they thought people wanted. They thought they wanted this AAA dialogue all the time, you know, Blando Calrissian title. And I don't think people did. I mean, the best that I've heard people, even people who've enjoyed it, say is it's alright. It sure is a way to waste some time. And that's sad.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride.
I'm gonna kill this guy first.
By blood, but all...
Do you know what? Okay, that's because XO1, I don't know if you were bringing that also to be contrarian or otherwise. The robot, I mean the fucking 7-foot robot ballerina twins with ridiculous proportions were quite... There's an alternate universe where those two are used to great effect to mess with and subvert expectations of the user. Oh no, well, Numbers, the reason why I'm not bullying the dialogue too much is because I only played with the English language stuff. I couldn't find a way to switch to the to Russian dialogue with English subtitles. So I don't know if it was a poor or rushed translation, and I don't want to lay the actual content of it, but from my experience, the manner in which the dialogue was delivered was very poor. Ragnar says, how do you feel about the whole genre of fed-up left-hand games like Bioshock, Dishonored, and Singularity? Yo! Singularity did a great job of bait and switch. I'm always impressed by that. And Hindle's like, wow, so this NPC is called the Yargul Hunter. You know, there's guys who kidnap people. Wonder what he's doing in that cell in a research lab. Well, he's about to get fucking stabbed for being... Alright, where are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you did not just stab me through the wall! Tries to make artistic point, gets stabbed in the face by bloke. This is peak Bloodborne. But Exorev, one thing I will say, the robot twins weren't added until much later in at least in the game cycle. Stupid ball hacks. Okay, yes, Uber Dan, he did shoot me in the face multiple times. That's on me. You want to get stabbed through the wall? I'll stab him through the wall. Two can play at this stabby game. But yeah, no, like jumping back, I do think that one could do something very, very clever with the two, like, ballerina bots. I think their lack of any kind of face, combined with a hyper focus on their presentation from a very male gazy kind of point, like, you could do some cool and fucked up shit with those characters, especially to the backdrop of this like scientific communist like ideal utopia. But I do not think that they have the artistic or writing chops to pull that one off. Instead, we get basically the same thing from bloody Bionic Commando reboot. There we go. You're asking me about the fecked up left hand titles. Who can forget Bionic Commando, where your arm is your dead wife? That's right, you wear the fridge in this game. We are actually going to play that at some point because it's a fascinating disaster. Oh, it works for him but not for me? Jerk. Fight me! Alright. Oh yeah, not- Ow! Not so fun when it happens to you, is it? He immediately stabs me back. Oh, so, Naru, there was a AAA reboot of the Bionic Commando franchise, which actually had some wonderful movement mechanics, very evocative of the good Spider-Man games? Spider-Man games? Spider-Man games? I'm not quite sure the pluralization here. But the plot of it is that your bionic arm, of the Bionic Commando nurse, has your dead wife's brain in it? Or just her personality? Your dead wife is your arm. Your arm is your dead wife. And I guess it's unfair to say she got fridged, because I think she talked. Oh, no, it's her soul. And if you're not familiar with the term, fridging is a narrative term that comes from comics of women and femme-presenting characters being existing solely to be killed off as to give a character motivation. Like, they have no agency or involvement of their own. Damn it, Hindle. I'm talking about it's like agency of female characters in video games. Hindle's like, well, guess she's not giving you a hand then. Definitely one whole hand. Robot grabby hand. Oh, okay, Naru, sorry. Well, if any of you hadn't heard the term fridging before. Yeah. I mean, video games can be a little better for it because we can actually put characters in the space, but yeah. Capcom was going through some shit at that phase. Like, they were trying to... I see. They were trying to get... Ha-ha! Big sword, small room. And there's the church pick. Get for stabbing me in the side through the door. Hey, Naru, it is all good. Gotta love that Twitch lag for explanations, right? Oh yeah, and Hindle, that's what I'm doing. And yeah, Favor 6, like... mean, those plot points are all fine, but I will say, I look at things like, I mean, fuck, I look at the kids' TV show Exo Squad, and that had better things to say about the same kind of subjects. Fucking love Exo Squad. fucking love that game. Fucking love that show, I said. The game was actually pretty mediocre. Alright, so what was it? It was the church pick? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so one of the old trick weapons of the healing church. A hunting weapon formed of one of the giant picks that appear in the old beast tales. And the church pick initially serves as a large sword. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. When transformed, functions as a highly practical weapon. Lovely. I think I can use it as well. It's so-so. Sorry, jumping back. Astrail, I mean, hey, we're all learning today. I'm learning about why it is Pizza Tower sold a gajillion copies. I still don't have an answer, but I'm learning. And it's a fascinating one. But with TTRPG sessions, you've got a lot more tools at your disposal than we with video games. The gentleman who was here earlier, Null Speaks, did work on something that was very interesting in a similar manner called the Blackout Club, which I've got a fucking tattoo of. The Blackout Club used live actors in certain sessions for story beat plot, allowing them to kind of articulate live with players. But for the most points, like, video game creators can't yes and in the same way you can with TTRPG. That was why actually, so Naru, like, your points about getting forced into certain character choices, that's a bad DM. That's a bad DM. And I'm not saying that the players should be allowed to do everything ever for all time. Players are the worst. But there is a certain level of yes and that a real good tabletop session needs. And it sounds like they are absolutely not going for that. Okay, what's with this? Oh, just some frenzied blood. Oh, so Faber6, Pizza Tower is an indie title that has exploded onto the scene in the last month. It is very much inspired by the Wario Land series, and it has done gangbusters.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride, coloured by proud under the church. Beasts are cursed, and curse is shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
Oh, sorry, not this guy. Hindle is saying that it's suggested that the pick weapon, the one we just got, is based on Numerian weapons, as the old beast tales are about the Don't interrupt me, mate! Oh, beast, remember howling. Don't you dare look at me! It's a fine note. In case you didn't know, I give every note a fine appraisal because the little ghosts dance makes me happy.
Shrouded by night with steady stride.
I can't remember if we've got to kill that guy or... I don't think I've unlocked Howl. But yeah. Atomic Heart is available on Game Pass, so... you can engage with it without having to necessarily worry about fiscal contributions to something that you do not wish for. I am way too sleepy and tired to even start branching back into the, ethics of games purchasing. That is a whole kettle of monkeys. However, I will recommend, once again, Patrick Gill's video on the Call of Duty, the Circus of War, as it goes very clearly into how certain video games are affected by real life, military contracts. There are certain video games that we purchase into that do directly benefit the military-industrial complex. It's not just a character in Metal Gear Solid. Sorry, Ragnar saying about this bloke. And here we see a first-time Souls player in his natural habitat. Especially when they flip over to Bloodborne for the first time. Oh boy. But yeah, sorry, babe. Time to rest in pepperoni. Yarman Hunter Hat. Kakihori. Ooh, okay. Let's give those a read. I killed you so I could read your clothes. I am a bad guy. Okay. Okay, here we go. Standard Hunter, worn by Yamaka the Wanderer. This hat and staff were given to him. He became a hunter of and Confederate of the League. Alright, so here we go. A garb of the distant eastern land worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge and became a hunter of the League. But when he stared straight into impunity, it drove him mad. Impurity. Of course, the idea that the scourge was infectious was pure heresy. It's a fine hat. And if I got in the katana, I could go full weeb. Yeah, and in all, you're right. Like, he's technically dead in this space, and he would have died much, 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 much worse. So, yeah, we just got him out of the hunter's dream. It's fine. It's all fine. Oh, I'm trying to think of some other games that are not good, but are good for learning. I don't. Is it unfair to say Bulletstorm? Bulletstorm was such a... Actually, no. Bulletstorm, but only narratively, because it is a great example of... I'm trying to think of it. Okay, so has anyone not heard of the term ludonarrative dissonance? Promise that's not going to be what we focus on, but it does need mentioning. Does anyone need that term explained real quick? Ludonarrative dissonance used to be a curse word in the games industry. Okay, so as a quick one, ludonarrative dissonance is when what you as the player do and what the character would do are at odds with one another. The most famous example of this was the Tomb Raider reboot, where Lara Croft agonizes over killing a deer, which is a genuinely hard thing to do. You know, they have to do this. They are starving. They are hungry. All they have is a bow. Kill the deer, get the meat, it helps you survive. Lara feels bad and sad about this, and then the character is given, the player is given control of the character, and we just go on a kill spree because that's what players do. Also, we are given in-game bonuses. Like I can't remember if it's that one particularly that has crafting, but I remember it being good if you massacre the local wildlife for unlockables. It also happens later when Lara agonizes over having to take a life, and then you gun down and kill like 40, 50 people. So the character and you are not on the same page is the quickest way to describe ludonarrative dissonance. Bulletstorm as a game is fascinating because the game is designed to be an arcadey, combo-driven spree of hilarity and fun. And your character's motivation is a gritty, grimdark tale of sad revenge. And it's like, what? You want me to shoot a man in the genitals and then kick him into a cactus, whip his friend into the same cactus, and then explode a barrel in some kind of aerial, violent, juvenile juggling. But you also want to present to me a character that's on a constant quest for, like, sad, grimdark revenge. Like, no. Fucking no. It does not work. Like, the in-game narrative and the cutscene narrative are two completely different things. Actually, Fable 6, I don't know if Longship Bingo has been maintained. We should look at that one. Oh yeah, Fred. Oh yeah, when Superman takes damage from regular bullets. That's why I often bring up Bulletstorm, because Bulletstorm does a few things brilliantly. Subversion of expectation, it's one of the best gimmick sections in a video game. However, it is also constantly at odds with itself. It also does one of the best examples of how to correctly do offensive characters and offensive language in a shooty gunbang game. Because basically the guy that you want to take revenge on is an old, crusty, bad army colonel. And he is foul to everyone. He is offensive, racist, sexist. Like, he is an absolute bastard. And they do it brilliantly because, for a large proportion of the narrative, you desperately want to kill him, but you can't because of stuff and reasons. I think he's got, like, the one spaceship to get you off the planet or something. So if you want to save your friend from slowly being turned into a robot because of reasons, then you need to keep him alive. He knows this, and he spends the entire time just goading you and baiting you. And then eventually, he goes all cackling and gets away, and then you get to kill him later. And I like pointing to it because it is a good example of handling incredibly toxic individuals, incredibly offensive language in a way that, I don't want to say complements the story, but yeah. It's done surprisingly well. But the thing is, that's not from the cutscenes. That's from the in-game, like, ambient banter. Like, now, I am not saying that I would recommend that you put that kind of language in your game. I definitely do not have the narrative chops to pull that off. But if you did and succeeded, you could certainly add some. You could certainly add something special to your title. You know, it's really satisfying to kill a really repugnant character, but you also have to beware the. I keep hearing it referred to as the Rick Sanchez problem, mainly because Tyler Durden's a whole other thing, but you have to be careful that you don't make a character that seems super cool and everybody misses the fact that they're horrible. I know, I guess Rick Sanchez is the sad protagonist. I'm trying to think of an example of a villain we're supposed to hate that ends up being treated as like, wow, that person is so edgy and cool. I'm trying to think of a good one. My brain is made of shrimp today. I have shrimp brain. Oh, and PVS. Say hello to your dog for us. Okay, so let us continue. God, I'm trying to remember where the entrance is now. Oh, Red Burning Dragon. I love how Bulletstorm rewards you for killing stupid. Also, Bulletstorm had some of the best parody marketing that we've seen in a while, but also showed the weakness of parody marketing, in that when the thing that you're parodying is no longer being discussed, your marketing loses all bite. But that's another story. I mean, shit, if you all want to talk about the marketing of Bulletstorm, I will fucking go. Ragnar, yes, American Psycho. There's a good example of bad guy idolization. Good old Patrick Bateman. Because, like, with characters like Rick Sanchez, and also BoJack Horseman's a very good example as well of people missing how terrible and broken. Fucking Walter White. There we go. Walter White's a brilliant one, but I can't hate on. I can't hate on people who just saw Walter's arc and went, fuck, I wish that was me. Because you're meant to feel that. You're meant to feel like, wow, you know, this guy who's been punched down his whole life is finally getting his. Later on, as we really start to see what happens, is like, no, there was, whether it was the power that corrupted him or whether he was a repugnant person the whole time, Walter was not good. Like, by the end of it, he is a fucking super villain. Poor Jesse. Poor Jesse. Well, no, so, Fred, I wasn't thinking of villains that were supposed to hate and end up cheering. I was thinking more of, like, villains who are... villains who end up being... touted for the... yeah. Let's kill a bunch of stuff while I try and put my thoughts in order. If my banter completely falls off today, I do have a hidden Red Bull that I can bust out. Oh, we were at the Lumen Flower Gardens. That's where we were before. I remember. Yeah, Fred, there's more examples of TV and movies than in games. And I guess that's a good thing. But my worry would be is that, yeah, creating a character who says offensive things all the time may end up being idolized and misunderstood rather than reviled and hated. Crouching teacup, hidden Red Bull. I mean, it's in the fridge, which in my mind makes it a fair game. Oh, you know what, Fred? South Park is a great example. Most of the cast of South Park. Kakazi was saying this might be a stretch, but actual Bowser? Bowser's complex because his representation changes drastically from game to game. And I don't think Nintendo ever conceived of him being a complex, repeating bad guy, you know? Yeah, well, so I didn't want to bring in Tyler Durden as an example because old Tyler is actually our main character, and we see that that person is at their core not a good person. It was just they needed to reach a level of unhinged that would cause them, like these flowers, that would cause him to unleash his fucking bullshit on the world, you know? Well, and Mega Boss, I think that's the very same for the film as well. Yeah, and I hope you all don't think I'm like picking apart your examples. You know, Bowser's a complicated one. And it can be fun to do, like, super arty deep dives to, like, you know, Nintendo titles. Like, Ganon and Ganondorf's character changes wildly from Zelda to Zelda. So, it's not a great example. Actually, did we do everything we needed to do around here? Because we went down there, and we fought the biggin. Do we need to just head back into the rest of Mensis? Yeah, because we got to this point. Oh, and just in case you're new here, like I said, it has been a long time since I played this. I'm very sleep deprived today. And I drink far too much on the regular, so I've forgotten whole swaths of this ruddy video game. So feel free to be like, no, Will, you gotta go this way. Oh god, yeah. Fred, the Imperium of Man in 40k. Not the good guys. I do like that the meme of, you know, there are no goodies in 40k has persisted. But unfortunately, I do feel that sometimes the rule of cool is very alluring, especially to teenage lads. But that's another story. I mean, Greybeard, if it entertains you all to watch me get repeatedly lost in Bloodborne, who am I to rob you of your entertainment? I am merely the streamer. I'm the pilot of this giant roboted longship. Okay, so bringing it back. What are some good examples of villains that people end up either idolizing or misunderstanding in the video game space? Because again, you'll... sorry, Fred was just putting in a little troll comment being like, clearly one of the villains is Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four. Clearly the villain, repeatedly slandering the noble Victor Von Doom. Victor Von Doom, who came from an impoverished country, who learned both magic and science. I mean, by my understanding, Mr. Fantastic, you know, he did have the benefits of a very expensive formal education. Just saying. Oh, there's that baby crying again. Oh, goody. Hey up, you fucking werewolves! Who wants a scrap? Yeah, let's fucking go!
Sephiroth.
Oh, shit, yeah. Sephiroth feels like... Yeah, I don't know why I didn't even think of him first. He is one of the absolute classics. Mega Boss says, I don't think people forget Sephiroth is evil. He's just hot. He is. Gets away with a lot because of it. Might have the most mother issues of any character in any game. And Fred was saying that there's they think there's a difference between villains that we know are villains but cheer for anyway, as opposed to villains we fool ourselves into thinking are heroic. Oh, fuck sticks, these guys. And apologies if I don't pick up on your comments right away, friends. These squiggly-faced bastards make my life an absolute living hell. You know what? So, Ragnar, you're not wrong about the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout. But I wonder how much of that has to do with us looking at the armor and going, boy, that's cool, I wish I was them. Or with the fact that Fallout 3, arguably like the big rediscovering of Fallout, the Capital Waste Brotherhood of Steel are the closest to good guys that we get in Fallout. Except for the Minutemen. Fucking Minutemen rule. There's another settlement that needs your protection. Yeah, I mean, numbers. The G-Pigs have strong opinions. As according to the Brotherhood of Steel, they would be considered mutants. Guinea pigs? that talk and can play video games? Mutants! Oh yeah, Fred, no lies detected on the Terrans in StarCraft. They come from a different place. A strange place. Hey, oh bastard! God. Sorry, just, werewolves, especially these blue-eyed werewolves, which can ruin our day any day of the week. Taking them down like that feels so good because it feels like mastery of the hunt. But yeah, I think the inconsistency in the Brotherhood of Steel's representation in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 kind of muddies the water on that one. Like, in 3, the Brotherhood of Steel are the goodies. Okay. In 4, they're kind of good until they're not. Like, they go from 0 to racist in the end game real quick. And the Brotherhood of Steel were always incredibly racist. I thought I killed that. I thought I killed that blob. Alright, I'll kill you again. I've done it once. I'll do it again. That was nearly very bad for me. But yeah, once again, Minutemen rule. Another settlement needs your help. And yeah, Uberdan, I am here after becoming DLC strong, but it's just learning the movements around. Yes, in Bloodborne you do become stronger. You drink the old blood. You slay these beasts. You become more powerful. And it's different from the feeling of mastery you get from Sekiro, but it still makes me feel good, you know? Number, I believe? God, I'd have to look that up. It's not the first time Gakt's been in a Final Fantasy thing. But yeah, I'd have to... Do we get this big goal? Oh, nice try, Grabby. Oh shit! No! 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 Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Oh boy, I sure do love how you get more powerful with bullshit. Coffee drinker versus average boba drinker. No! Who are you? Are you fucking... Are you shitting me right now? God, I hate these guys. But I'm running my mouth about how good it was. Oh, look at me! I'm playing this game very good! Oh, and to Youngie, you can't even throw that in. Yes, get fucked! Sorry. Sorry, Youngie, again. Seriously, thank you. As I was saying to those of you who have joined us, this is not my first run through of Bloodborne, so feel free for thoughts, comments, feels, and banter discussions. The only thing I hadn't played before starting this playthrough was the DLC, which we've done. So, yeah. Werewolf busting did make me feel good. Got broken by these peeps. Hindle, I'd love to know where to head next. Okay. Because I think it's one of the side rooms and then out, but I'm very turned around today, and I have not slept much at all. And Naru, I mean, we're okay at this point, because I'm rocking for 90 insight. I've never hit insight cap before this playthrough of Bloodborne, but let me tell you, my first one, where I was trying to stockpile insight, both for help with bosses and to see more of the world. Oh. Okay, so we have to go back to where we fought the one reborn. We're done with this area. Oh, thank Tiff, fuck. Alright. Hey, you bastard! Wait. Oh, there you are. But yeah, I spent so long trying to stockpile insight in my first playthrough, and those buggers outside of the fucking Bergenworth U stealing my shit. Now, I know we don't need to go this way. This is just spite right now. This is just spite. Fought our way in, I'm gonna fight my way out. Question is, can I be asked? I cannot. Yeah, you know what, Fred, I'm just going for my care in the community badge, just making sure all the squiggly buggers get fed. Oh. So yeah, sorry, where were we? We were talking about villains who end up getting, I guess, praised. And the only reason I brought it up is, again, like, I do think the villainous colonel from Bulletstorm is a great example of how to put a bad person in your campaign. Sorry, campaign in your game, but still. You'd need to have such good writing chops to create a character like that and not have them accidentally be too far into the rule of cool. Hindle says it's suggested that the church made the Crow Dog things for some reason. Interesting. My read of the Crow Dogs had always been that they were carrion birds that fed on the dead that contained the, the tainted blood. Oh god, the Colonel from Avatar. God, yeah. Actually, we've got 54k is enough for at least a level. I should go use it now before we continue. Well, okay. So I tell you what, friends. I'm going to spend our souls. I'm going to quickly nip to the loo because I'm staying hydrated to combat sleep deprivation.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me.
Because we... Yeah, we've definitely hit the soft cap on damage for strength, so I guess skill and then the arcane.
Farewell, good hunter.
Oh, and I gotta repair my kit as well. I used the magic rune that makes it so it smashes face, but unfortunately I can actually break my sword if I'm not careful. And this sturdy piece of metal and tell me this can break. Shenanigans. But yeah, I'm struggling to think of good examples on this one, but it was just to kind of like it was just to state my point that you have to be careful when creating characters that have like nasty or offensive traits, that you represent them in a way that they don't end up becoming, you know, the cool character. It is also worth saying that sometimes that can happen if the character we're supposed to be empathizing with or rooting with or playing as just sucks. Like, it is entirely possible to end up becoming, I wouldn't say emotionally attached, but end up focusing on the character that we shouldn't because everybody else is bland and boring as all hell. I'm sorry I keep using cinema examples, but from conversations we were having yesterday, the one that springs to mind is bloody Bison from Street Fighter the movie. Like, Bison is the most interesting character in that whole ass lineup. Now, Evil Geek, the Handsome Jack effect, I'd say is it done well. At least it is done with a command and understanding of the character. When you finally see just the absolute lengths to which...
Dynamic bit entry.
Dynamic entry! I can thank you, Bacon. And I promise I am going to nip to the loo in a second. Handsome Jack is a humorous villain that stole the credit for your work in the first game and mocks and taunts you throughout most of the game. And you're kind of like, how'd this guy end up being like the big villain? He's kind of a bit silly. He's kind of a bit, you know, alright, I guess. Yeah, he shot a guy in an audio log once. Alright. And when you actually see the lengths to which he goes, see how fucking genuinely psychopathic and unhinged he is, it is an incredible moment.
Come here. No. Come here.
Then what we have in Tales from the Borderlands is the bits that people wanted to latch onto, the charm, the je ne sais quoi, the banter, and being left with Ghost Jack for long enough that we start forgetting that, no, he's a fucking villain. And so when he makes his bid in Tales from the Borderlands, you're like, whoa! Shit, he is still a villain! Yeah, Red Burning Dragon, after Angel, we see the real Jack. We see the Jack that became, you know, head of Hyperion. We see the Jack that would absolutely conquer a planet and put a gold statue of himself up in the process, you know? Okay. I'm going to go pee, and then let's continue, friends. Just as a quick reminder, if you are in the greater Seattle region, it is quite possible there'll be even more snow tonight. So I'm not saying brave the elements or rush to the store, but I am saying that if you're going to order a pizza or something, do it now. Yeah, see, Lance, you're back. You're ready. Good on you. And I will be back in just a second. All right? All right. Hello there. I've decided we're not going for the Red Bull just yet. I'm going to pace myself because I don't know, I want to spend as much time chatting with you lot today, and I definitely want to spend as much time on this game as we can. And I was a little, I held the Red Bull in my hand. I held it, and I was like, if I consume this, it will give me great power, but it will come at a cost. And that cost will be a massive, massive sugar crash in about 2 hours. So I said, nay, we hobbit men. Alright, so where's the quickest spot to get back to the young one reborn? Because the thing is, we haven't seen bloody, what's his face? The guy with the cage for a head. Because I'm pretty sure he should be terrorizing me somewhere by this point, right? He's in Mensis. So, Nightmare of Mensis is where we're going, right? And Dingo, Watto and welcome. Yeah, we're continuing with our little... Oh yeah, brought the Queen back. How you doing?
Arrant fool.
Guilty as charged.
Vile blood or no, forget not. We are thy queen. Bend the knee.
Frickin' we! I could bend the knee, or taste my cape. Taste my cape. Smells like damp London werewolf farts and blood. Okay. Alright, so we're going to head to the battle area of the One Reborn. Okie dokie. But yeah, so Dingo, I've been pacing how much Rainwell we've been playing. I'm doing it only once a week because I don't want everybody to get burnt out on watching it. And as you and I both know, there is so much Rainwell to get through. Alright, Altar of Despair, Grand Cathedral, Graveyard of the Dark Beast, Standard Places, Witch's Abode, Workshop, Yargul Chapel, Yargul the Kidnappers, Nightmare Frontier, Scarlet's Chamber, Damp London and Werewolf Farts. Welcome to Bloodborne. And Clank, Watto and welcome. It's going alright. We were just mopping up some things from DLC, and honestly, we've spent more time talking about, like, villains and deconstructing video games than we've spent stabbing things. Advent Plaza. Thank you, Hindle! And if your brain immediately started playing Mario Sunshine's Delfino Plaza theme song as you heard this, don't worry, you weren't the only one. Alright, let's go chat with a corpse. Chatty corpses. Ragnar says, what are your thoughts on the dichotomy of Mass Effect 2? In which regard? Okay. Great role-playing, terrible role-playing mechanics. I mean, in shorthand, Mass Effect 2 does suffer a little bit from being a middle child, but it was also, at least in my little heart of hearts, it was the point at which BioWare shifted from using tabletop systems as the backdrop to using... Oh, there he is. It's time to kick his fucking ass. They did away with the pretense of having an RPG system underneath their titles and moved more towards like, okay, this is an action game, you have blips and abilities, and your overall goal. Yeah, I know. With 90 insight, I'm about to have a fucking terrible time, but... here we go. Just quickly showing everybody all the corpses who are also wearing the strange cage heads. No, I feel like Mass Effect 2 was where they started to say, no, we're making an action game with a branching story. Alright, you bastard, come on. Inspect the mummy! Oh, does anybody want any extra eyes? Eyes in jars? Eyes in jars, anybody? Eyes in jars. Okay, no. Alright, here we go. So this is definitely the Nightmare of Mensis. Alright. Let's start killing! I do find it fascinating that we can enter the same nightmare from different locations. It continues to give credence to the concept that the nightmare frontiers are all linked, which I think is fascinating. Excuse me, do you know where I can find the lecture hall to wreck your face? Alright, alright. Timing's off. Better not to bloody deal with patches again. So help me. And Dustin, I'm disappointed in myself for how many times it took me to get that. Yeah, Andorf, you're right. I'll have to retake Backstabbing 101 if I keep playing like this. Central tube is definitely pulsing. Amos, you're okay, buddy? Yeah, you're okay. He's just kind of waiting pensively in the living room. Oh! Professor, you've arrived! Just in time. Murders. Yeah, so Hindle, that's the thing I do find fascinating, is that it also shows that you can construct a nightmare, or part of it. Sorry, Hindle was saying that the Mensis scholars let themselves die in the real world so they could exist in this nightmare, essentially ad infinitum. I figured their whole goal is just to be able to study forever. Yeah, here's the lecture hall, which I have torn through with reckless abandon multiple times, and will multiple times again. Though there doesn't seem to be too much actual studying going on here. Yeah, what up, mate? Oh, okay. Moose is saying that they've not worked out that they're actually dead in real life. Which would severely hamper, like, research they were trying to do. Also, I love being overpowered in this area. Ah. Ooh, a little snippet of lore. Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage would be the ruin of our race. Well, about that. Master Willem was incorrect about quite a few things. the great ones. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones. To the tune of Hang the DJ. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones. That's a reference that won't carry. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones. Sorry, I did like Naru just yelling, I got that reference! It does appear, however, the scholars of Mensis are not above throwing piss at each other. I guess they didn't want to be called the piss flingers of Mensis. If they were researching karma, I wonder what their ascension is at. An interesting question. But no, the idea that they destroyed themselves in the real to get trapped in a nightmare intentionally to continue research, but did not remember the process and are therefore caught in this strange Bloblian loop. The nightmare of men's piss! Ah. There we go. Dustin, you've cracked the code. Piss off, mate. Yeah, get it, piss off. Yeah. Hunt the old ones. Hunt the old ones. No piss for you! No piss for you! Bacon, I'd say don't get the black light out. The whole of Mensis is just going to look like a Jackson Pollock. Oh. Bastard man's got glowing hands. Sup? Ooh. Stop, mate. You're embarrassing yourself. Oh, his hands are only glowing because of the black light. Oh. I think we can head down into the rest of... Okay. To the rest of the Nightmare Frontier. He did have a decent hat. I'll definitely give him credit for his... Mate, I fucking see you! Get down here! How elaborate are you trying to make this fight? Get down here! Okay, Hindle, I will go down that ladder in just a second. Hunt the great ones. Ah, that works too! Dustin says hunt the great ones, but it's rock the Casbah. Sharif don't like it. Dun, 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 dun. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones. Ooh, communion. Ah, someone's getting damp out here. Okay, so quick question. Do we know why the scholars of Mensis are all like, bleh? Because, you know, we understand the transmogrification of the healing church turning into beasts. And we kind of understand, like, the... what do they call them? Oh, hang on a second. Good, good, everything's fine. Good puppies. Good puppies. I was worried I was going to have to... You know what? Doesn't matter. Where were we? Oh yeah, so we understand a lot of the different states of the varying creatures that we see throughout Bloodborne, but I've noticed that the scholars of Mensis have a very distinctive look that's different from like the herald or from the sack face people or from the fish people and stuff like that. Interesting. Hindle was saying they're in a nightmare. They've lost connection with their physical form, so too in the nightmare as well. It's just, we've seen other creatures and other beings in nightmares, and they haven't lost connection with their... They haven't had the same disconnection. Some, I guess, have had a transmogrification, so that's interesting. Yeah, because the nightmare definitely twists anyone who enters it. It's just, their form feels very evocative. Oh, that is a fancy-ass rocking chair. Treat insect with care. Oh, yes! Okay. Can I kill Patches? Is that okay? Because I fucking owe this spidery bastard. Because if I remember rightly, while Patches can be found in Chalice dungeons, he sells you bad things for more. And yeah, I mean, Hinda was saying that the Mensis scholars wanted to evolve themselves, I guess as everybody did. It's just, like I said, the visual style is different. It is definitely this kind of like liquid form. I guess it's because they were always seeking like knowledge rather than insight. And a world without Patches is slightly better. Despicable instinct. No mercy for liars. Sharif don't like it. Dun, 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 dun. Hunt the great ones. Hunt the great ones!
That was uncharitably done.
Get fucked, mate.
That was uncharitably done, dear friend.
Friend. Get to fork. Ah, Hindle, thank you for guiding me thusly. I got my Tana revenge. Now, should we want to, for some reason, we can head into the rest of the area. Love to see it. You're in the know, right? Therefore, no mercy for insects. Yeah, dude's even heckling me as this is his final words. Bastard. But yeah, so I guess this is one of the reasons why, as we've got a few new people here today, like, one of the reasons why I love Bloodborne, one of the reasons why I love talking about it is that even now, with as much as we know and as many videos and essays and deconstructions have been done, like, there's still a lot to talk about. There's still a lot to break down about it. Despicable treasure. No treasure for... Oh! Yeah, no treasure for Will. It's always nice when you smash the shit out of a small room so you know you've been there. It's great. And open the door to the outside. Oh, I've got so much insight. These lanterns are gonna fuck up my day. Oh, good. Alright. Welcome to the Nightmare of Mensis. I know it's not unique to this specific part of the Nightmare, but seeing the rock made out of faces, when you consider how many of the Mensis scholars just jobbed themselves so that they could create this space. Oh. Sinister bell-ringing woman. Sure could go for a hunter's lantern right about now. Fucking... Fucking snakes, man! Time to start using fire. I forgot about these buggers. So with these big gangly bastards, if you backstab them, you're fine. Otherwise, on death, they vomit up snakes. Because of course they fucking do. Welcome to the nightmare. And those snakes are an absolute arse to kill. Angela says that Sinister Bell Ringing Woman sounds like a blues song. Or an entire blues act that I would actively seek out. Yeah, Lance, it always gets worse. That's the story of Bloodborne. I'm about to get so destroyed. Just looking here when I'm in the crosshairs. Okay, so you see how that guy has been just impaled with spears. For as long as you are in the sight lines of these towers, you can get impaled by those. They're not too dissimilar from the same fury spears the Winter Lanterns hit you with. Ow. So finding a place where you're safe is tricky. So you have to balance between that and not getting eaten by these bastards. Challenge mode, challenge mode, challenge mode! Ow! Not cool. Genre says that we might need to dump insight to make it through this. But don't I need a buttload of insight for later? We'll be fine. Yeah, they're not as bad as the Winter Lanterns. Snakes are more of a bloody problem. Okay. Sir, I think your face may be crooked. Alright. Oh, shit, bins. Which way is it? Is it left or right from here? And oh, I don't know which way I'm going. And this rock tree is looking at me funny. But no, I don't know if I finished my thought, so I do want to jump back, which is that Bloodborne is still a game open to interpretation and understanding. It is still a game where your thoughts and feels on how this unfurls is entirely valid. And I think that's one of the things why I love it so much. I mean, we've talked about this in regards to games like Hollow Knight, games where you can play through the whole thing and get every ending, and still how you choose to interpret it is correct. Okay, left is onwards towards actually turning on the elevators, right is lanterns and elevators. Okay. Wait, no, hang on, that's left. So right first, then left. No, wait. Left turn on the elevators. Alright. Ow! Ow! Shit. I've got to go get the Frenzy Resist. Why am I not wearing Frenzy Resist? Oh, because I'm an idiot. Ow. 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 How are these snakes so tough as well? Although that snake I just sent to the fucking Shadow Realm, so go figure, I guess. Oh, that bastard's absolutely going to throw shit at me. Run. Whee! Aha! A win. I'm really enjoying the fact that we're not just Swole, we're DLC Swole. DL Swole? Swole LC? Oh, you did not just! I am grumpy. I am grumpy. I don't know if you heard the full charge as I was about ready to drop that guy and the ping as it ricocheted off a bloody rock. Alright. Was that hubris? I think that was hubris. Oh, sorry. I'm just heading back so that we can equip the Frenzy Protection rune. Because that would be nice. Also read some of the runes, because that's something I've not been doing. So, like, the clockwise metamorphosis. The discovery of blood made the dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis, the excess and deviation that followed were only the beginning. And with the anti-clockwise saying that, saying something similar. So it's a twisted version of the same rune. So this communion is one that we just got. Several runes related to blood, including communion, which raise the maximum number of blood vials. This rune represents the healing church and its ministers. Blood administration is, of course, the pursuit of the common. Sorry, pursuit of communion. Formless Odeon. The Great One Odeon, lacking in form, exists only in voice. Where? Those who memorize it enjoy a large quantity of Quicksilver bullets. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless Great One, Odeon. Both Odeon and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Wow! Just a nice, easy one to bant with there. Hindle, we don't have a password yet, but we should probably get one set up. Also, if anybody is currently looking to play through Bloodborne, is looking for help or assistance, we have a buttload of exceptional hunters. Hunters are standing by for your call today. I think we read the Clawmark one. The impulse is an impulse to seek warm blood like a beast. Strengthens visceral attacks, and is one of the darker hunter techniques. Although the difference is subtle, Runesmith Carroll describes the beast as a horrific and unwelcome instinct deep within the heart of men, while Clawmark is the alluring invitation to accept its very nature. Yeah, there's a great video online about the runes of the old ones and the language, which I find fascinating. I mean, it's not quite as shocking a concept after you've gone through the Blackout Club, but yeah. Dial 555, I need a hunter today. Blood Rupture. This rune resonates with servants of the Queen, carrier of the Child of Blood, who yearn for their queen's blood with little hope of. Okay. For them, they find solace in blood rapture that serves as a surrogate for their desires. Okay, so this is the Queen's lot and their kind of like vampiristic tendencies. Okay. Well, so Hindle was saying on that last one that the idea that people become beasts because they always were, just hidden deep inside. Or the idea that that primal urge, that primal element is two-part. One is the allure towards it, and the other is the embrace of the horrific. I do think that's interesting because, I mean, that's very much the struggle of all of the hunters. Like, they take up the craft for a very specific reason, and they are the allure of blood and strength is what pulls them forward until the beasthood claims them entirely. Sorry, I find this shit fascinating. Like, friends, if you want me to like skip on forward, I do not mind. I'm just here for some frenzy runes and shit. The carol rule that transcribes inhuman sounds. Oh, sorry, yeah. The air seeks sentimentality in the warmth of blood and acknowledges visceral attacks as one of the darker hunter techniques. More blood echoes are gained. Perhaps air is a hunter who bears the echoing will of those before him. Ah! As if to imply this rune is the inheritance of previous blood echoes. It's not that you find more, it's that you inherit more. Now, the lake rune, I think, is kind of fascinating now that we've done the DLC, along with the deep sea. Because now we've seen, we've seen the corpse of Kos. We've seen, what started a large proportion of, especially like the Bergenworth and the choir's horrific research. Now, this is the Great Lake, and this transcribes of the Great Ones in human voices, that ripple like a watery reflection. This one reduces general damage. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark regarding sleep and the argour of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. And then if we go into what have we got here? Deep Sea. The rune Deep Sea the rune means Deep Sea and grants augmented resistance. Great volumes of water serve. Okay, so very similar to the previous one. And the moon. Gain more echoes. The great ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. Okay. And good old Master Willem's eye. The eye symbolizes the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to beings in higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. So he could see his own brain! It's a bit weird when you say it out loud. The irony, of course, being that when we find him in his state, he's just there, rocking back and forth. Somewhat echoing of Rom, the Bastard. In that, if Willem did succeed in attaining intellect and insight and wisdom beyond the reaches of the human experience, it either gave him nothing of use and so he sits, or it showed him so much of the truth of the universe that he's just unable to communicate it forward. Do you know what I mean? Sorry if I'm getting too arty-farty, but that idea that his perception of things is now so far beyond ours that he can't even communicate it if he tried. Yeah, also Hindle, that is a very good point, that Willem may still be alive in some fashion. We killed his physical body, but his mind may still exist out there. It's kind of implied from, at least from my understanding, from the additional details we got from the village and from the DLC, that all of the scholars, at least the ones who looked to the cosmos, believed that they could traverse, that they could explore, you know, the great mysteries. And perhaps, like, Willem is one of those that succeeded that. Fucking yo. I mean, the thing is, Chornerus, I would go to a lecture on science, and also the chicken paper. Chicken paper being similar to bolt paper and fire paper. It just contains seasoning. You are going to have to forgive my burps today, though, friends. Okay, and last but by no means least of the classic runes, we have Beast. A secret symbol left by Carol. This is a secret one. So this isn't a... So, like, the eye is a secret rune left by... Oh, Carol, Runesmith of Bergenworth. What was the other one? Oh, okay, no, she's always been Runesmith of Bergenworth. I'm sorry. I'm reading too much into it. Attuned to temporary transformation. Beast is one of the early Carol runes, as well as the first the one to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. Alright. So we've had gain more blood echoes. The good old boost HP. And boost stamina. I guess we'll swap out blood echoes with frenzy protection. Quicksilver. One of these is frenzy protection. Physical, arcane, fire, bolt, general. Wait, hang on. What does the deep sea rune do? Sorry, jumping back. Adelis was saying that it's possible that Master Willem perceives so much that his location has become somewhat irrelevant to him. So he leaves his body in the comfort holding pattern and just ignores it in favor of things of greater interest. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, close the... There we go. Thank you! Yeah, there we go. Frenzy resist. Because we've got buttloads of blood echoes right now. Although, did we have a look at the super runes? Because we've got the rune of the hunter. Has been adopted by those who have taken the Hunter of Hunters oath. These watchmen admonish those who have become addled with blood, be they men or beasts. Anyone who has threatened the pledges of the Hunter's oath. That's the one we got from our crow hunter friend. Here we've got corruption. Pledges to this oath are Canehurst Vilebloods. Although it's interesting that Canehurst shows corruption as a rune rather than like consumption or, you know, consume. I guess the corruption of addiction, I don't know. Canehurst being like Vampire Queen and Friends. Now, PBS, I agree with you. Considering everything that happened, I don't want Willem to be like the only person who's like flying across the cosmos like Bloodborne's own Nyan Cat, just being like nya, 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 just waving to old ones and great ones and shit. But he is most likely to have had a happy ending. Voted most likely to be happy. Bloodborne Consensus 2023. Oh! Chornerus. Yeah. Corruption is the Yharnam name for it. Because this was transcribed by Carol. Good old Radiance. Are pretty much standard. The rune, it just speaks about how they'll never work with bloodthirsty hunters who serve the undead queen. Now, the one I'd love to chip away at a bit more than we've talked about is the co-op group in this one. Because, like, we all love Solaire. Solaire's great. The only time I praise the sun is when Solaire's around, you know what I'm saying? The rest of the time, I hide from it. I hide from it, its burning rays. Sorry. PVS says if I could make GIFs, I'd make Nyan Willem. Or, I'll do you one better, Willem Quest. Sorry. And yeah, Moose, bloodthirsty does take on a whole different meaning here. But I want to talk about... I'd like to understand the vermin better. Because in the Dark Souls series, they... Like, the feckin' Sun Bros, they are the force of goodness. They give up their time. They suffer, you know, pain, and they suffer strife to help others. Now, you are rewarded for helping others, especially slaying bosses, so from a gameplay mechanic standpoint, it's real good. But in Bloodborne, it's all about the vermin, crushing the vermin. Vermin rive within the filth and the root of man's impurity. Crush all vermin without hesitation. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like helping your fellow person. Do you know what I mean? I think Miyaki Sakura was saying the vermin seem to be the bugs that live inside other beasts and monsters. That does seem to be the case, but it seems fucking weird. Well, because, like, the hunters already slay beasts, you know? The goal is already to go out and, you know, exterminate the beasts that plague humanity. You're already doing that. But then the vermin inside them, I don't know, it seems like a weird hyperfixation. I mean, again, this is why I love talking about this. And then we've got Beast's Embrace. Which it became a forbidden rune, but its knowledge became the foundation of the healing church, which is fascinating. Those who swear on this oath take on a ghastly form and enjoy accidental transformation effects, especially while wielding a beast weapon. Oh, goody. That's where we get the mutton chops from. Although I do believe Beast's Embrace was from the old hunters. And then good old milkweed. Like, and it seems like the milkweed rune, it kind of puts you half in, half out of being one of the... Oh, God. I hate that I'm forgetting the term. The Bloblian spellcasters that are supposed to be able to commune with beings beyond the stars. And yeah, Eagle Lives Vermin Inside does sound like a metal band. And Lizzie, you know what? I think that's what's making it so unsettling. That the vermin within sounds like the kind of thing someone would twist to their own angles. Okay. Let's head back out into the fray. I've got frenzy arrows to take to the face and big rock-throwing bastards to make my life even more difficult. But we don't have any... Wicked above ground. Above ground. We want Nightmare Town. Nightmare of Mensis. There we go. Oh, wait, no. Do we want Nightmare Frontier or Nightmare of Mensis from here? Oh, Dustin, that sounds fucking top tier. Alright, Nightmare of Mensis. Thank you! I am very appreciative for your time on this one, friends, because you're saving us so much time of just remembering what's where. Frontier is Patch's side zone. Thank you. Bastard. Bastard Patches. Again, we... Feckin' we. Harper chopper chop. Oh, you spit fire now. Oh, you guys all suck. Fuck you guys! Eat frenzy and suck my farts! You guys can cast lightning? And apparently they're just not even fussed by frenzy. Wow, okay. This, dear friends, is what happens when Will underestimates the monsters. What is the #1 killer of a Soulsian game? Well, it's gravity. What is the second #1 killer in a Soulsian game? Hubris! Okay. So Chaunerus has had them die from frenzy, so that is a potential viable maneuver. Ow. Ow. And there are certain points where we seem to be able to get hit. It seems to be able to increase our frenzy without... But they seem to be able to increase our frenzy, but without... Oh, down in one! And that's how we get it done. And Chaunerus, I have no idea. The bell-ringing woman is in effect somewhere.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I think, Naru Hoodie, what you mean to say is that overconfidence is awesome and has absolutely no downsides. At all, ever, at any point. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Just wait for my frenzy to go down. Flick out my cape. Oh, we got a lesser version of I. That's interesting. I'll have to work out why we got that. Come on. Shit. Shit! Because the railroad spikes do damage, I can't just wail on them to recover health. And once again, gravity and hubris. Navi, I read your comment about gravity is still hubris. Hubris for forgetting that it's omnipresent and omnipotent.
However, confidence is also a preference for the habitual warrior of what is known as the park life.
Ha! Throwing a park life reference at me. It is 2023. jumped up fucking creatures. Motherfuckers looking like they jumped straight out of the Critters movie. Mulchy Pony, how are you doing? Can I interest you in a horrific tentacle? Fucking hell. Ow. Ow. Because the thing is, the railroad spikes don't seem to hurt too much until, like, the frenzy starts stacking. Nice and clean, nice and clean. But it does just enough damage that I can't continue to heal through it. And that's just cheeky bad words. Sadly, no, Dustin, I've not made a preaching to the choir joke. Ow! Really bloody shoulda. A beefcake. Okay. So now, we're just going to deal with these rock-chucking mother hubbards and I'll get my face broken. Again! But yeah, sorry. So, friends, how have you all been doing today? Like, peeps coming in, peeps hanging out, tell me your tales. In my defense, Chornerus, I didn't know I was killing an orphanage last time. Alright? Thankfully, those guys are a crap shot. Still bullshit they don't take friendly fire. There's that bell ringing, lass. Which is going to cause problems. Which is going to cause problems on purpose. Oh, fuck, I remember now. Wonder if safe place. Until we kill the bell ringing lass, we get Dingleberry of Mensis chasing us around and making my life a fucking misery. Okay. Lance was just saying, current tale. Oh, I've got friends at the Artist Alley for Emerald City Comic Con. Wonder how much the tickets are. Checks prices. Well, glad I got that out of my system. Okay, so, sorry, bear with me a second. Okay, so, friends, if any of you have arachnophobia or do not want to look at spidery type stuff, I'm being reminded that as we deal with the Bastard of Mensis, we are going to be inundated with spiders. Which apparently is just my fucking fate to be fighting spiders this week. Wait till they put giant spiders in Sea of Thieves. Then I'm in real shit. So if any of you need to alt-tab away or head on out for the evening, I will not be offended. But I just wanted to give you all like a quick heads up. Yes, spiders coming up. If it's on your phobias list, you have been warned! Numbers, lovely to see you, friend. Chorner says it's just this one room, But knowing my ability to get my dumbass killed, then we'll like give it a wide berth before returning. Eagle Lives is currently looking at the Star Wars Celebration in May. $74 a ticket. Fuck. That sucks. I'm still sad I didn't get to do the what was it? The Secret Cinema Star Wars back in the day. That's always been one of my regrets. And I know I'll never have the green to do the Star Wars LARP. But oh, sorry, not Star Wars LARP. There are Star Wars LARPs out there. At Disneyland World's Edge, like the official Star Wars nonsense. They now have it's a hotel that's also a semi-LARP setup, which seems real fucking cool. Okay. Lizzie is digi-clothes shopping. Nice. Right. Final spoiler warning! It's time to break some faces. Fucking see him there. Oh god, Bloodborne drop wigs. Wonder. I kind of wish I could cast Big Fire. What? We haven't had a reason to use fire in a while. Wait, I only have one Molotov left? Man, I have been slacking in this run. Alright, well, we've still got the leftover delayed Molotovs from the dream where we took things. I'm sure it's fine. We can't throw up. Oh, fuck me running. How do you like them spiders? Alright, fuck it. I was going to use clever stuff, but no. Oh, God! They all just jumped on me at once! I don't like spider time. Spider time's not fun. Spider time is not fun. It's fun for the spiders. Oh, I'm so glad they're having a great time. Spiders are not crab adjacent. That's some fucking heresy right there. It's alright, friends. I know what we're using. Dude fucking bit me with his dying breath. Dick move. Dick move. Well, I'm not saying y'all are wrong for making a run through. Also, delayed Molotov. You're supposed to be cool. You are not cool. Ow! Ow! Fucking little worm bastards! How are you killing me? And yeah, you're right, Chorus, like we are at the final section of the game. Ow. 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 Oh my god. This is why I don't get on with these worms. Fucking worms! Okay. Woosah. Woosah. At Favor 6, you did go for a distraction bit. It was a good maneuver. But I was too obsessed with worm murder. Fucking worms, man. Fucking worms, man! Ow. I don't know what you are, big lad. But you're not welcome here, I tell thee. Oh, did you just? A piece of shrapnel from the fucking rock he threw at me just beamed me in the side of the head. Yes, the answer, Lance, is to just... Did they just? They absolutely did. Have I tried not hitting hit? Maybe also a dose of getting good? Ah, so that's an item I can unlock later. What specific stat build do I need to unlock the get good? And a bell-ringing woman rings a sinister bell. Sinister bell upside of your face. Okay. Okay. Woosah. Woosah. I can't believe you've done this! Hindle, no! No! Bad Hindle! That's alright, I had to turn my little lantern on, it's fine. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done... The doctor will see you now! Extremely rude. Extremely rude. Ah, there's no equivalent of like the giant seed, so I can't make the beasties fight Hindle, which is utter shenanigans. It's me, Officer Big Sword. Let's fucking go! No! No, Cruz! Oh, my fucking life! Okay. Where were we? Oh, peoples. Fine. Aha! Glowdukin! Oh, come on! Stupid Glowdukin not working. Fuck you guys! Hello, hello. Oh, and Hindle, you don't need to feel bad. I did kind of more storm off for dramatic effect. Yeah. I didn't decide to go for quaffing more caffeine, so I've been basically I've been drinking the liquid death water all day. I had to go for a slash. But no, I'm sorry. So thank you all for throwing in bits and filling the pint glass. That's fucking cool. It better not be a dab. That might result in angry will. You want to waste 80k points. Oh, and yeah. God, this section is kicking my ass. Fucking terrors a lot of you. But I am going to take us back to the Hunter's Dream for a sec. Mainly because, one, I keep picking up some extra rune. I keep forgetting to check. I haven't repaired my weapon. Oh, anyway, how is it going with your good selves? Yeah, see, I nearly broke my sword. That's right, bad. And Ragnar, thank you kindly. Oh no, okay, no, Hindle, don't good fight me. Don't good fight me. Pistol parried everything cool I tried to do. And you only jumped me in an area where I'm under frenzy. Don't go good fight. Just because I'm not mad. Don't pat yourself on the back. There was no duel. There was no honor. Terror. Right. Oh, I was actually going to use some of those for repairs. And I forget with the vermin, like, what those actually get traded in for. Also, yeah, we're... Oh, yeah, so the wet nurse is going to be at the top of the Nightmare of Mensis, if I remember rightly. And then there's one other place we can get an umbilical cord. We only need 3, and there's 4 total, if I remember correctly. Just try not to accidentally bust out all of our dried blood collection. Well, Taurus, yeah, the vermin is the Sun Medal equivalent, but I forget what it is you get from handing them in, if it's just like more stuff. Yeah, I know, I broke my weapons. Let's get one from the lady in the Odeon Chapel. Oh god, yeah, completely drawing a blank. Don't think we got anything else beefier on the attack front. Although if we're not fighting kin anymore, that does mean we can really push this thing through the limits. Push it to the limit. Yeah, those ones are mostly beasts. I don't think we're fighting any more kin. Oh. Yeah, because we're already taking the gem that means our weapon gets a bit more dinged up, which is fine. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, Ragnar. Bloodborne has a fecking Gatling gun. Sorry, I got the... the Gatling gun is from the Old Hunters DLC. But yeah. And you can just go... Feckin' wee! It could be very powerful with like a decent like blood tinge build. I don't tend to use it because, as I'm sure you've noticed, I'm all about this big beastie sword. And I guess it's because this is the weapon I used my first playthrough, and it feels like a familiar blade. It doesn't burn a bullet every second, which is cool. Like, that little outburst cost me 3 bullets. But the point where you're using like the old hunter bone and stuff like that, by that point you're essentially using bullets like your mana pool. Like, we stockpiled, I think like 200-300 at one point in this run, and then once I was able to get the old bone and like the blessings, let's pump them spiders full of lead. Aye, except for because we're not the sharpest tool in the shed, and also we don't have much in the way of, I think it's called blood tinge in this, like the potency of your blood magic, or however it's described. Whew. Sorry, friends, the sleep deprivation is kicking my ass. Whew. That's why I wanted to spend a little bit of time running around here and chatting with you all, so I don't completely careen off the rails. Okay, Ragnar, doing it for the Dakar is a very good reason. It's worth saying that while I have Dakar, I could have more. Oh, and Hindle, it's no worry, friend, it's no worry. What else have I got? I've got a few fun ones, because I don't really have too much in the way of smarts. The other one I have is the cannon, which is just a cannon. You know what? I'll just show you. You can fire it once without getting extra runes and standard. It takes up just about everything, and oh boy, that and Ludwig's sword were kind of like my go-to through my first playthrough. But again, I didn't have the DLC, which is where we got that. There are some other cool pieces that we've gotten, like, you know, the long pistol, the church cannon, but I haven't bought too many. I was trying the knockdown fist to combine that with the Ludwig's holy sword, because I didn't have the same like impact hit with that I've had with Ludwig's blade. So I was trying to compensate by using the knuckle duster. Not too much success, but so yeah. So we got early stuff like the blunderbuss, the repeating pistol, Ludwig's rifle. The piercing rifle is another old hunter's weapon, but it is good if you're into that sort of thing. 2 flavors of flamethrower, baby flamethrower, and its special version. And that's all of the side weapons we've gotten. I don't know if there's any more I've missed. Obviously, I mean, this game is all about the trick weapons. Not that you need me to tell. Not that any of you need me to tell you that. And God, there's so much to this game I keep thinking about. Like how early on, the weapons that you get access to, except for really, I guess, the cane. Like, you get access to the saw cleaver and, is it the Beast Hunter axe as well? Your early choices. But, like, these are the old, sturdy, non-specialist weapons. Like, the fact that Gurman offers you your choice of these in the early days, it does feel like he's pulling from, you know, his OG rusty collection. Like, sure, Saw Cleaver's gonna get it done, but, like, look at that thing. It's also gonna give you tetanus. You know, and later on as we get into some, like, the proper specialty stuff, like the Kirk Hammer and stuff like that, for example, I'm trying not to just point to all the, like, super special weapons that have appeared. And I guess the powder keg, anything by the powder kegs is also fucking wild. They're not the best examples. The Saw Spear is available before the first boss, but you find that in the feckin'... You find that in the sewers. Oh yeah, no, and Chauner's like, that weapon's feckin' rad. And then there's these two where shit gets weird. But... So we were talking earlier about, like, Mass Effect. And then I ended up, like, facing a whole bunch of spiders. But how Mass Effect moved from being based on a D20 system to being an action game. Like... BioWare had made their great successes, making RPGs with real cool combat systems, like, over the top of them. And then Mass Effect had action combat, but very much still had the basis of the RPG systems underneath it. Mass Effect 2 does feel like, yo, there are 12 weapons, they all do drastically different things, have at it. And it is always interesting looking back at Bloodborne and, like, the complexity of creating these trick weapons must have been very interesting as a development challenge, but comparable to Dark Souls. It's kind of fascinating because Dark Souls has buttloads of swords. You can get multiples of all sorts. There's 8 different, like, basic straight swords that have little to no value or variation. They only exist for a minute handful of players who will use it for 2 minutes before getting a better sword. Bloodborne basically says, you know what? We're not going to have any useless weapons in this game. Everything is going to have a function, everything's going to have a purpose, and do something cool. And I think that's rad. Oh, and Skadi, Watto, and welcome again. We're doing good. I didn't get much resembling sleep, and I'm definitely suffering for it. So I'm trying to hold my own with banter and conversation. Get my energy back up before we careen into Bloodborne once more. Oh yeah, Ragnar, I absolutely agree that the team must have had so much fun coming up with trick weapons. And the breadth and variety of them is fascinating. And also when you consider the, like, you know, post Dark Souls 2, they had such a varied moveset of weapons that they could pull inspiration from their previous games. And on top of that, they had a great understanding of how, like, animation and moveset contributes to playstyle. Like, the interconnectedness between... I'm just going to faff around as an example. So, like, we have a move to swap from one mode to the other, but then we can combo it in with other elements that allow us to do some cool shite. Like, we now have essentially a combat flowchart of different moves for different situations. I understand, friends, like, I'm not the most technical or skilled player of this game. I have big sword go, bam! I make it so that thing hit by big sword doesn't get back up again. And I like that. Although with our other blade, like, we do get to see a bit more of the... Oh, excuse me. A bit more of the cool stuff. Because on top of all of this, we then gain, like, the... We gain Stab Dukin. And Habunkin. Not just playstyle. but play style. Yeah. Like, making games is fucking hard. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. Or they're trying to sell you something. But what's really fascinating about games like this, and why they feel so sometimes effortless from a user standpoint, is because this is the same type of title they've been making for 2 games now. They knew the process, the teams understood what they were doing, and so less time was spent on Bloodborne desperately racing for the finish. More time could be spent on pre-production, on planning, on building a fascinating world. And even with all of that, you know, not everything they wanted to create got shipped. Although we've talked about this mainly in regards to Sekiro, but it does apply to Bloodborne, in the sense that what a few YouTubers and content creators will call cut content isn't something that we should take into consideration for the overall artistic intent of this game. Like, it's fascinating to see where they could have gone. You know, for people that explore some, like, the leftover things, like, left remnant in the game. But it's important to understand that judging a game by what was taken out is kind of like judging a theatre production by finding out the brand of paint that was used to create it. It's like finding a box of leftover scraps behind the stage and trying to ascertain the meaning of Shakespeare from that. Sorry, I know that's a real hyperbole example again. I guess that's the kind of fucking mood I'm in today. But it is fascinating to see what did not get finished. And yet, Naru, some stuff gets left out for a reason. Some stuff, it's just that there isn't enough hours in a day to add it in. The reason I get so grumpy about the term cut content is because, you know, the term, you know, cutting comes from, like, cinematography. You know, where people would trim a film to make it flow or to change what it says. You know, a director's cut of a movie was something that would probably be longer and would involve decisions and choices that the audience would find slightly more confusing. It would require a little bit more, like, cerebral engagement. Or flesh out other parts of the story. But yeah, Ragnar's, yeah. It's not that games have cut content as much as having stuff we didn't have time to finish. And it's one of those situations where, like, we desperately lack the language in games to describe it in a better way. Now, when we talk about things that are sold as DLC at the beginning of launch, that's when it gets more complicated. Some can be, some isn't. That's a whole other kettle of monkeys. Oh yeah, Moose, there's a very good point. An editor for a film is making an active choice on what will eventually be the final movie by what they cut, where things are placed, how they're moved about. You know, there is no point in a video game development where the whole game is finished and Mr. the director sits down and goes, well, I very much enjoyed this, but we're going to cut 2 bosses from this level and we're going to trim out this as well. You know, I don't think that this particular whole level of a game I don't think it speaks to me correctly. No one does that. Because the amount of time and effort it takes to make one of those. What happens is someone goes, fuck. I really want to finish the Dishwasher of Mensis level. Oh shit, Dishwasher of Mensis level was going to have custom enemies and a special boss. What have we done so far? Well, we've made the Dishwasher of Mensis level and nothing else. Fuck. Alright. Let's put invisible enemies in and some squiggly beasts and go for lunch. Lunch. Like, that's more akin to what will happen, is what can we finish with the resources we have. Hell, a lot of the times when what is described as cut content is created, it's because a particular department wasn't being managed correctly, or, you know, production wasn't keeping track of everything was going on, or the creatives went, yes, the Dishwasher of Mensis level will have new dating sim mode and all custom cutscene animations voiced by Peter Dinklage. It's going to be great. And then reality comes around and they're like, this level's going to have one custom enemy and that's it. But sometimes those creative directions come down before people have done like time budgeting and things like that. So the team just kind of stops getting to work on the fun stuff and then is told later on like, no. That's not, we're not doing that. That's not going in. Like shit, you want a good example? Look at these rifles here. These two honking great big flintlock rifles. 50p in a bag of skips says those are rifles used by either the old people in wheelchairs or by the early shooty gun bangs people, and were probably intended to be a choosable weapon by your character, and then that was probably morphed into something else. Alright, enough stalling. Let's go fucking kill some spiders! But yeah, I also understand that the reason people still use the term cut content when discussing video game stuff is because the games industry is real bad on educating people. Like, fuck sticks. That did not go according to plan. Oh yeah, I mean, Angela's, at least until you get into the much like later sections, most of the everything here is grounded in some way. So yes, the guns are inspired by old, you know, duck hunting guns for clearing out a flock of them all at once. But much like, you know, the pistol is an over-exaggerated version of like either a match or a flintlock pistol. Like, it's aiming for something specific. And that's okay. The one time you don't charge me face first. Moose was saying, I wonder if they tried two-handed guns at some point before concluding they didn't fit. Quite possibly. There may have been an early concept where firearms as well as trick weapons could be used two-handed or one-handed style. And that was pulled back in scope to make the game finishable, you know? Like, fucking worms mine! But no, the reason why I wanted to focus on that firearm particularly is that it's one of the pieces shown in the Hunter's Workshop. And the other bits that you see, they pertain to other weapons that you use in the world. But that one is a unique one. It's used as set dressing, essentially, but looking at how high the fidelity of the model is, it may also have been used for... Oh, did I bring my flamethrower? I did not. just gonna ignore the snakes. Just gonna ignore them. Oh god, I'm so sorry. That's what I get for chugging nothing but fizzy water all day. I mean, I did have coffee this morning. I'm not a person who is uncaffeinated. Right. I might also run past the trilogy of numpties here as well. Wasn't quite the grab I was hoping for, but it'll do. It'll do. Oh, I can't leave. Ah, right up, yeah. Next contestant, please. And that's how we get it done. Oh, right, we definitely need a sword the size of a player. That's a FromSoft doctrine. I imagine that when you begin your first day at From Software, they hand you a little contract that says you will have to work on a Berserk-inspired super ultra great whooper duper sword. Alright, Daka for the spiders. Alright, Daka for the spiders. There we go. Spider time! Come on, get your friends. It's gonna get fucking weird up in here. Oh, you bastards hit hard, don't you? This will require more bullets. Didn't like that, did you? You wee bastards! Oh, look at me, I'm a great big spider. I can't fit through the bloody gate. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I set fire to you? So first, we use the earth. And then we use the spicy water. Okay, not. In worst case, we'll just add the flame sprayer in here. Okay, so, what up? First, what you want to do, oil of choice, and then you add your flambe. Oh, you did not just! Oh, shit. There's that sound we all hate! Oh, you're fucked! That felt mean, but satisfying. Okay, so we've got one route that way. We've got goodies at the end. Oh, we've got 2 more spiders to go. Alright, come on, bastards! I got shit to do today. Or are you just gonna hang out on the bridge? Alright. Your choice, your loss. Reminiscent of church. Nothing but pity here. Shaman Boneblade. Time for madness! Well, I don't think we can have any... Oh, no, we can have a little bit more insight if we go really hog wild with it. Ah, there he is. Professor Bastard Von Go Fuck Yourself. See you, mate. Fucking see you. Let's deal with the spiders first. Zakam, as much as it pains me to admit, I can simultaneously be... I can simultaneously enjoy my job as a hunter and be the baddie. This is personal! Oh! Go for the old dental exam through the spine. Now that was satisfying and fair. The knowledge of a madman. Alright, you spiders have been handled. God, this... Despicable liar, yeah. Nothing but sobbing. Alright, on the subject of getting my arse handed to me, now we gotta deal with Professor Badword of Mensis U. When Mensis U smell like pee! Yeah. That's right, friends, I have all the witty comebacks. Beware of hunting. Shit. I'm in trouble. Oh shit, sorry, that was, that's definitely us getting closer and closer to the wet nurse. Fuck you, find me! Get fucked! First time, every time. Yeah, I was gearing up for a big old showdown, and then he just jumped into my sword. Yeah, he's not coming. He's not going to be in Bloodborne 2. Wondrous moon. Oh wow! The fuck did you get here, Big Moon? I've been there the whole time. Cool. I want to thank those little guys. I would have missed dramatic back moon. Look at that. Look at that. That silhouette. This setup. It's like, I don't know. It's like Cronenberg's Sailor Moon. It's Murder Batman Mark II. It's a big flippin' moon. Yeah, Chorus, moon is thick. This has been scientifically confirmed. Ooh. Wondrous treasure. Yellow blockstone. Oh, that's a Chalice Dungeon resource, isn't it? The scourge of the inquisitiveness. Getting heckled. At this point in the game, I reckon everybody's just descended into, like, unhinged signs of madness. Hey up, bastards! You're not gonna just charge at me? This guy's charged at you. There we go. That's what I'm after. But that's the other thing about a lot of these nightmares, is that it's often hard to know what is and is not. Like, to an extent, it doesn't matter to the person who's experiencing the nightmare, but I often think about the beasts who got trapped in the hunters, the old hunter's nightmare. Like, are they just manifestations of the space, or are they poor monsters that got trapped in there with blood-crazed hunters? Bonfire awaits ahead. That seems bad. Oh, is that the elevator we're looking for? I do feel like I'm kind of murdering, like, Oompa Loompas at this point. This doesn't feel good. Oh yeah, sorry, and that's why I was asking about, like, the nature of nightmares. Oh, you know what, Chaunerus? I would love to never deal with spiders ever again. So let's go activate the elevator. Oh, I nearly stabbed that ghost in the face. Job's a good one. Whee! It's more spiders! Oh, nice! Jobs are good. Whee! But yeah, I was so sure we were about to fight What's-His-Face with the hat on. Because he does his whole, like, funhouse of fuckery bit real soon. Now, Lizzie, do you mean Ben whose transformer exploded? Or did Kyle also suffer a similar fate? So yeah, so for those of you that missed Sea of Thieves last night, we had Ben come join us, Ben Patton. And they were mid-banter. And I believe I made a small quip. And then we heard nothing back. Turns out, like, somebody on their block, their power transformer for the pole that supplied the local area with power just fucking exploded. It just went boom. Big bada boom. And that's why we had such like an abrupt ending to stream yesterday. And I did feel bad because like Ben spent ages just chatting and hanging out, and it was I think it still is make money, make money on Sea of Thieves. And yeah, sadly it happened before Ben could get paid. So as much as I want to say the real treasure is the friends that we murdered along the way, sometimes, friends, the real treasure is treasure. The real treasure is just a buttload of gold that you got from a mystical vault. Oh, you are faster than I remember! Oh! That hurt. That hurt personally. That hurt emotionally. Hey up, our Mildred. Aye, Chaunerus. It's our Mildred. Nice to see they're still getting work. Mensis will hire anyone. Yeah, nice try, mate. I've been ambushed by nastier, stickier things than you all fucking day. Don't answer that. A fucking jester's of Mensis. Oh god. Mildred is not happy. I repeat. But I've got them ranged, so jobs are good. But yeah, I do feel bad because, like, whilst things are safe, the power transformer caught on fire, shit got wild, there were like live wires in the street around Ben's place, it has all been sorted. However, I think they're still without power, and that means that Ben can't work on jump leads. So after we went through excitable rigmarole to announce jump lead stuff, it will probably end up slowing production of it. So, fuck! Okay, when does the funhouse of fuckery start? Because I could have sworn what's-his-face like starts taunting you soon as you get in here. Right, bloody hear ya. Oh, man. I don't appreciate Crow Dog. I'm not a fan. My brain made me forget about Crow Dog. I hated everything about that. I hate Crow Dog. I hate that Crow Dog exists. I hate that Crow Dog makes sad noises when you have to kill him. I also feel that the architecture here is incredibly strange. But because we're in a nightmare realm, it doesn't feel like we can analyze it in the same way. Like the creatures and the weaving strangeness of this whole place is obviously the byproduct of somebody's like fucked up psyche. God, you've already met Crow Dog. Now get ready for Dog Crow. How did I miss every one of those swings? I have the biggest swingingest weapon, I guess, aside from the whip. I missed every single swing there. But yeah, I feel like when we're going through the nightmare areas, we're not analysing the architecture or the design of it. What we're analysing... Oh, what's this? Have an audience with a madman. Eventually, beware. Oh, alright. So yeah, up that way. Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I didn't mean to yawn in your ear there. Alright. Oh, fuck me, running. Kill or cure moment. Energy drink. Oh, yes. So this one's currently inactive, but this one takes us back down. Alright. Oh, God. So I'd fucking walked us off a cliff there. Oh, this is lovely. Might as well go spend the 60k Blood Echoes. Now we've got access to this. Yeah, free heart attacks for everybody there. That elevator is exceptionally cagey. I'm just trying to decide if it's kill or cure time, you know? Do I quaff a fucking energy drink and then start some nonsense? Or have I hit the wall on this whole ass week, you know? Oh. Anyway, let's get a bit more beefcake. Miyaki Sakura, it's been a whole week, but it continues to be one whole week, week after week, with accelerating levels of nurse. Alright, I'll stop putting points into attack when they stop giving me beefcake powers across the board each time.
Farewell, good hunter.
My fault, they can give me cool shit. I mean, Kaitish, I have made some progress. It's just, I mean, what have we got left? We've got the Wet Nurse, we've got Gurman, and we've got the Moon, and that is it. But, I mean, shit, I don't think I can beat the Wet Nurse right now. Oh. Yeah, friends, I think I have to admit defeat. I'm sorry. Spend all week getting excited for more Bloodborne, and we have had some great conversations today. So, like, I'm not sad that we'll spend more. I'm just sorry so much stuff outside of stream keeps getting in and affecting it, you know? It's like things are creeping in, affecting my happy place. So yeah, I also hope you'll forgive me for. I know I've been banging on it about it a lot this week, but I am really, really, really fucking grateful for you lot. And I don't know. I know I've been saying it a lot, but I love doing this. I do only get to do this because you lot keep me in this chair. And honestly, like the discussion earlier, you know, leaping between, you know, trying to understand indie game success and talking about like the failings of AAA and things like that. You can't understand how much I love this. I was so desperate for these kind of conversations. And I've had a few friends throughout the years that, you know, did want to talk about this stuff, but not quite to the extent and wide-eyed, unhinged fervor. You know? Because a lot of people who work in video games, they don't want to talk about their job all day, every bloody day. They want a bloody break from it. You know? And Genres, I think we will get through this before GDC. That's my goal as well. So that then we have like a nice... We did Bloodborne. And then after GDC, we can decide when we're starting up on Elden Ring and go from there. Like, I know I'm the last person on Twitch.television to start an Elden Ring playthrough. And I think that was the right choice, but I hope you'll all forgive me for starting late. Numbers, sadly, I'm having to tap out. I've just hit the wall so bad. Sleep deprivation is kicking my ass. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a cup of tea and try and stay awake for like the next 4 hours and see if that gets me into a good sleeping pattern. I like Jordan. Like, honestly, Elden Ring will be there. What is Elden Ring? When am Ring Elden? But I hope I mean, I think I made the right call, but I hope you all understand the reason why I didn't jump onto Elden Ring immediately, is I figured you were all going to want to play it, and you weren't going to want spoilers, you weren't going to want, you know, me being like, oh, look at that! Oh yeah, so yeah, I've got Mikolash, last section of the Nightmare, and the Wet Nurse. Then it's German and the Moon Presence. Moon! Well, Ragnar, thank you for the tiny bits as well. And like I said, I'm going to try and stay awake for a few hours so that I don't end up waking up at like 10 o'clock in the evening and then being like, piss. Justin, I love what you were saying because it comes from a place of genuine caring, but I don't have rhythm, circadian or otherwise. I specifically go to musical events where one does not need rhythm to become involved. You know? Yeah, also Fred, yeah, if I sit here and watch something, the Zeds will ensue, so... More water. I probably would have gone a little bit loopy bananas if I just quaffed a Red Bull. And it probably wouldn't have gotten us any further in. But anyway, so here's what's important. Like, thank you all for coming and hanging out today. I know this wasn't the longest of adventures, but I always love hanging and chatting with you all. I value all of your insight, and I hope, even though I can get a little bit, I don't want to say preachy, I can get a little bit monologue-esque, I do value your perspective and your input on all of it, be it like narrative, game dev, what have you. You know? The only reason that I haven't completely turned to shrimp brain, especially with game dev and games industry stuff, is
self-care is best care. We'll still be here and would rather you are too.
Zakam, despite my ghoulish aesthetic, I'm surprisingly sturdy, so I'll be here. I'll still be here. But no, Zakam, that's $10 and bits. Seriously, thank you. Alright? And who knows, if we get snowed in tomorrow, maybe we'll do like an extra special stream or what. So just, I mean, keep an eye on the Discord. Alerts will come through there. And I won't immediately jump into gameplay, so you have to scramble from your snow bunkers. Hasn't started yet. But the clouds are coming in, and it is very cold outside. Yeah, well, Naru, we've got supplies. Also, sorry, Zakam. Also, you're the Jarl. You're probably going to be signing out as Jarl, so there we go. Lizzie's got some snow up there, but it's not sticking. Well, it was wild, because, like, everywhere around us has had, like south and north of us had a blip of snow this week. And we sit in an incredibly strange microcosm. Microclimate. Don't ask me why, but just our little local area is fucking weird. But when it snows, and if it ices, our little road becomes essentially a death trap. So there's no nipping to the store once the ice starts. Oh god. So Cam's had 11 inches in their area. Lol. Sorry. That's the level my humour has descended to. We might be getting See, I've started now. Now I'm just giggling. My brain went, we might be getting a soft 3. That is a thing I've just said on twitch.television. Oh, Ragnar. I mean, that's cold to start with, but feck. Anyway, so again, Zakam, thank you. Let me roll credits and say proper thank yous. But maybe there's a part of me that's kind of dragging my heels at this point, because now that we've done like the old Hunters DLC, you know, the end is in sight, and I don't want to stop talking about Bloodborne. I don't want to. I know I'm not the first. I won't be the last person to talk about it, but I don't want to stop. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I know it would be shameless pandering. But yeah, Uberdan, like New Game Plus, and New Game Plus specifically changing how we see the world, because we keep, to my understanding, we keep all the keys and objects and stuff, right? So like from the beginning, we can head the other way through to like the church and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and Hindle, I absolutely want to have a big old lore chat afterwards. That'd be feckin' great. But, and there's so many little touches. So things like, after you complete your first playthrough and you do New Game Plus, there is a new grave in the Hunter's Dream, and you can occasionally see the doll tending to it, which most have chosen to mean that that's your grave. That you are not, your character is not dead per se, but they have left the Hunter's Dream. And that all the graves and all the flowers and everything marked here is in honor of the hunters that have come in and out of the dream. And that's something that I just find just fucking wild. And yes, Miyake Sakura, Elden Ring is going to be great. I mean, Viking Dark Souls. Like, I'm pretty sure the malfortune that I'm suffering right now is for whatever monkey's paw wish I made to get Elden Ring as a game that exists. So there we go. Right, you lovely lot. So first things first, thank yous. Because you lot put actual cash and time into keeping this little corner of the internet going. And for as long as I'm in this chair, I'm going to be saying thank yous to you all. So today, I would like to thank Zakam, Some Numbers, Vanderbeest, Caffeine, Lizzie with the Boop, Bacon Avenger, Naru Hoodie, Wolfcrad, Ragnar Steiner. Did I get it right that time? I think I did. It's happened if I don't think about it. J-Post, Punspector, Shitaru, and Angel Kalina. Like, that's actual money dollars you have put towards this. I'm very grateful and thank you. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes with Moose, a trifecta of power. And Exorev was our new follow person, who hopefully we get to chat to some more. To Mr. Squarepeg, Ragnar, Nullspeak, and Youngie, thank you all for throwing in lovely subs. God, I forget we got to chat to Null today. Like, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. And right, and in true Longshipian fashion, you do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Let's see who's Terry's. Wolfcrad, thank you kindly. Let's see who's about. Oh, once again, we are feckin' spoiled. So let's check in on friendos. I mean, this is the problem, is we end stream and there's so many cool people to go hang out with. Puns. Thank you kindly. Okay. So I've got 3 games. I've got 3 games for you lovely Mother Hubbers to choose from. And they are some bangers. So I can offer you Fable 2, Celeste, or Valheim. I can offer you Fable 2, Celeste, or Valheim. What strikes your fancy? Oh, actually, executive decision, Valheim. Byakuaz. It is a very special friend's birthday. You all might have met Live Action Pixel from raids yesterday and otherwise. They are currently playing Valheim for their birthday. They have a tiny birthday crown. We should go say hello. And yeah, Valheim does feel on brand. I need to bug Joe Cat about going back to Valheim. On the grand list of things that I need to kick my ass and do. So, keep an eye on the Discord, dear friends. And I hope you have a cracking rest of your weekend. Alright? Yeah, I don't have anything clever to add. I used all my clever points on Bloodborne and games industry talk. And I will, friends, I will. If you don't hear from me on Discord and stuff this evening, know that I'm either in potato mode or I'm in a sleep mode. But yeah, it's been a really good day. Sorry for tapping out early. Yeah, you have an absolutely wonderful time. And if I don't see you before, I'll see you on Tuesday. Oh shit, yeah, Tuesday we're going to keep doing The Curse of the Golden Idol. That like LucasArts Obra Dinn puzzly game, which was fucking brilliant. So do not miss that, because that game slaps. Right! Have a cracking weekend. See you on Tuesday. To be continued. I'm still terrible at ending streams.